My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. See thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com. License plate 7KKG747, 8PUN125, Student Transportation of America crossing path 78FE809. That's not the license plate of Student Transportation, but they are crossing path pacing. License CA70L18, Ontario Montclair School District, license plate 1518713, 40718S2, 8RVH577, and it's currently 7:49 a.m. Alrighty, engaging in what is molestation, harassment with directed light, demons monitoring with communication devices, and you're looking at what you're paying attention to. First of all, the fake sun is through the windshield of the bus, as I documented is the case. In the evening, the entity is keeping the fake sun through the windshield of the bus. License 7NMA851. It is 7:50 a.m. when I captured this video. The entity is engaging in what is touching with directed light on the bus, touching me with directed light, which is a method of flashing light. This is the dynamic light. You have what is light that is sitting on the floor in the center of the bus, as though that is sunlight that's aiming through the windshield in the depths of the bus. That's the same exact conduct you see in the evening, as I showed you on the Route 61 bus, 8JIM546, while I'm coming from Fontana to Ontario after 6 p.m. That's 12 hours later. It's the same exact route. It's the same exact placement of light in the bus, and it is absolutely impossible. And this is P.O.C. It's 7:53 a.m. That's what I just captured right now. And by the way, you're also remembering what is this time on March 14, 2022, where the fake sun is not over Hope Boulevard. It's not aiming light. First of all, that wouldn't be the case anyway into the depths of the center walkway of the bus, but it's certainly not occurring either when the fake sun is already documented remaining in alignment, rising over in alignment with me at Washington and Vaudeview. It's not on Hope Boulevard. It's not visible from the relative position of Hope Boulevard. It's not over any vehicles on Hope Boulevard. It's right in alignment with the building where I'm standing in front of, and it remains there after 1:36 p.m., which is what I documented. It's directly over my head in its zenith where it remains at Mercy House. It never even advances to what is being over the museum. And that's what I've continuously shown as I'm giving you examples of what is the fake sun following me to Pomona and Chino. It's never going to be over those locations anyway. The entity kept its fake sun on March 14th over me at Mercy House at 435 South Vaudeville. I'm just speaking to what it is that you're witnessing, and this is before 8 o'clock. It's 7:54 right now in the morning. This is P.O.C. The display reveals that the employee number 3400, a Latino male, is engaging in this demonic and criminal system of surveillance with these demons who are riding on the bus as he's driving it. This is demonic activity, this conduct with directed light. You are looking at the demon possessed as you see the light. That's how you're witnessing demon possession, through the light activity, through the placement of this light source that's remaining over me. That is again employee number 3400. License plate 7TLB191. License plate 8FBL476. LVH 1892, Texas 8NZL 995. 1516115, the demons of the Ontario Fire Department. 8FD6, I can't write the rest. 08670H2.
Caution, bus is churning.
72W372. 8PTB892. 7WPN668. 8DMJ102. 8FBU318. 8TDF691. 4S42799, 8GQN278, 8ZPB238, 5YTL679, 8UKL146, 70388, handicap. HBJ794, 8TML343, 8NBX447, 8FBT260. FedEx crossing path. The sex offender that you see molesting with directed light, this little psychopath getting off the bus right now with all the rest of them. But I got close-ups on that demon, and I'll be prosecuting the people of the state based on what she's doing. But also, this is harassment while they do so. Again, like sunlight's bouncing off of her phone. This is supposed to be the form, all right? Because what you're experiencing is supposed to be sun reflection. It's not. They're demons, and they're touching with light, and it's absolutely ridiculous. It's harassment by psychopaths. All right, and demons engage in, again, that maniacal rise in that conduct as you documented. All right, but anyway, what you were paying attention to in the videos, first of all, the entity engages in covering up its fake sun, because this is not even the sun. This is demonic activity. The directed light, this is all demonic activity. This is why also the fake sun, it's not even a real sun, not the sun that we are aware of. This is a scientific impossibility. That fake sun immediately disappears, and it engages in reappearing. And where does it reappear? Directly over me. Appearance or reappearance, it is equally fake. There is no time where it's going to reconcile being over me, as I just documented, the same light activity in the center of this bus, the same route at the beginning of the day as I've documented at the end of the day. This is a demon stalking the path 40657F3, 8MEH462. And that's what I'm capturing while this demon who is sitting in front of me is molesting with light while that psychopath is studying her phone as though she's doing something else. This is what the demon possessed do. And that's exactly why you're going to prosecute, and this is exactly what is the grounds for also of what is their terrorism, contrary to what the people of the state intend. Thinking, I don't want to speak to what is thinking. The conduct is supposed to suggest that you are in no way posing a threat. You are in no way identified or capable of being identified as a stalker. If you're looking the opposite direction, if you're a stranger that the target individual doesn't personally know. This is actually conduct that is exponentially increased with regard to terrorism, because psychopaths who are demons are stalking you while looking the opposite direction, while appearing as though they're focused on something else. You are deducing this from the environment that is following you around, and the demon possessed who are present on behalf of a government, engaging in what is conduct revealing what is very threatening stalking conduct. While you're looking the opposite direction, you're showing that you are literally very, very, very disturbed. It's not in any way demonstrating that you're not a stalker. That's how you're going to prosecute for terrorism. That very, very conduct in and of itself, okay? These are delusional psychopaths that engage in that conduct under what is a fake sun in directed light while they are participating in it. Look in the opposite direction. That's a dangerous psychopath, a sex offender, okay? It is license 8ZKG987, and it is 8 a.m. and that demon is group stalking at the Ontario airport. The Ontario shuttle monitoring. They provide these bus shuttles on the grounds of the airport. It's monitoring. And the people of the state obviously are on the grounds of the Ontario airport monitoring. As I documented on video, the Ontario airport is grounds of what is facilitation while I'm at the BNG Plaza, and an airplane is engaging in crossing path, engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, as I documented, coming from what is state facilitating venue, Ontario airport. Engaging nothing other than making U-turns over in relevant position under a fake sun. This is documented terrorism. And I'm documenting the Ontario airport while that is heavily documented conduct, by the way. Ontario airport is nothing but a facilitating venue because the vehicle 1855 Ontario Police, 1855A at Terminal 2. Is this Terminal 2? Yes. Oh, okay. 2250Y1. That's Belcab. 8 PDA 142. TSA, group stalking, African American male. 6BZG 986. I'm only laughing because there is no exception. You need to understand everybody that's on the grounds of the Ontario International Airport. Surveillance is underway, and it includes TSA. Already, the federal government is engaged in the pattern of conduct as I'm documenting it. 8WMT 175. The Ontario Airport providing vehicles to engage in surveillance. This is license plate 18247F3. It's a courtesy shuttle, and it's creating light activities, facilitation, monitoring with the people. License 81706N2. That's Elevators Inc. License 91399P2, 23915A2, 13979D3. That is Belcab, all three of those. It's 8:03 a.m. 1611302. That's Cal Fire. That's parked at the Ontario Airport. And this is license plate 7AXU238. Parked in the $13 per day parking lot. It's the Ontario Airport shuttle crossing path on Airport Drive. 8VZW507, 8MER463. Excuse me. TSD 611. RZZ730. Turning under Archibald Avenue now at 8:05 a.m.
Bus is turning. Cuidado, autobús está virando.
078RT, handicap. UPS is crossing path, driving southbound on Archibald Avenue. 7BLA 588, 8YXF 158, 7KWA 208, cut and dry, license 04870B3, cut and dry is a commercial actor. 8VZB 803, 79903R1, TMASG Heart D 7DGL 343, 39026G3, 7KWA 208. 8STL 363, PH 9768, license 8GGN 92L 7TCG 66, WP 48403, that's a large truck, 96957X2, and that is again PH 9768. Yeah, that's right. License 70YM330, parked at Mobile at Inland Empire Boulevard and Archibald. JB Hunt Intermodal is passing past on Archibald. It's 8:07 a.m. turning on Inland Empire Boulevard. License 33685S2, I believe. 33685S2 is what I believe that license plate says. Coming from Mobile. CB39K5. I see the rest on this paper. ROV 672 5ZPU 851 8CYD 194 8CRN 491 This demon that you hear as he stops, he creates light activity. The demon gets on the bus, and two demons in vehicles cross path at the same time. It's simultaneous conduct. It is the P.O.C. It's 8:09 a.m. We're on Inland Empire Boulevard. Where the people of the state, as I'm identifying license plates, are engaging in the pattern of conduct. License 7GJZ158. One of the demons that cross path at the same time as this demon gets on the bus that's at a bus stop, getting on the bus to engage in criminal conduct with the with Omnitrans that represents the people of the state. We're doing it on behalf of the state. This is P.O.C. on the bus. 8:09 a.m. HAWLING 7KFG 713 8GKR 521 5YJV 970 8EO 916. I can't listen to the rest of it. That is 8EO 9616. 7NTL 855, 7HUX 007, 7RFA 288 or 289. 7VYX 398. That is 8XPG 443. B, P.O.P, monitoring and creating light activity at Empire Towers. Robert Half, those venues in that business plaza, they're monitoring. You have a demon creating light activity, flashing the truck in front of that venue. 7VYX, can't see the rest of that light, but they are monitoring, including the minions on the bus, are monitoring through that light identification. And the fake sun remains over the bus. Sorry, 4ROG 368. RVR 212.
Ontario, males,
The bus driver is using whatever he has at his disposal to create activity. Otherwise, facilitation. 61299P1. '76 Ontario Mills, large truck creating light activity, hazard lights. Demon 7 RVR 212 is monitoring. License plate 8 RMX 442 7 KWF 331 5 NLU 223. Transit supervisor is here. It's the same company, Omnitrans. They're here in a Omnitrans supervisor vehicle monitoring on the grounds as I've documented them doing before. Excuse me. All right. It is 8:14 a.m. at the Ontario Mills.
Caution, bus is turning. Cuidado.
BJDP 269. The 8RSC 391. N20961 148365, I believe. That's Ontario Police at Ontario Mills monitoring. Crossing path at 8:16 a.m. We just drove away from the bus stop. License 05386B3. Monitoring at Carl's Jr. 445. Here's the address, 7TGZ700. They're monitoring with Ontario Police. Sitting in the drive-thru. It's called relevant positioning. That's what P.O.C is. 8MCW 444.
Caution, bus is turning. Cuidado, autobús está virando.
VPU 729. VTR 008, 8DRY 547. 8RXC 263, 6UUW 631, 82489K2. It's a large truck. Rep Franklin and 4th Street at 8:17 a.m. 8XRS 314, 8VHG 180. Oh, I got rid of that. BU33206 paper, AL9Z176 paper, 8YSY714, 64A94C, 7BLZ964, 8PZS 354, I believe. He's creating activity by opening the door that turns the lights on while he's sitting at a red light. That's employee number 3400 who you hear whistling. It's activity creation 9F18641. EML 102. 7YZN 105. 1 Amazon Prime crossing path. And Amazon Prime creating light activity at Santa Anita and 4th Street. P85030. It's the back of that license, excuse me, the back license plate on that. Essentially, so it looks like it's out of state. License 11603R2 is monitoring with Amazon Prime. License 1X4057, 11X4057 is monitoring with Amazon Prime, and so is the other Route 61. That is bus number 2350 over there. They're monitoring together. And this is documentation of what is a company that's stalking. So it's literally what they're doing, an entire company using its resources and its instruments to engage in stalking me. And the government uses its helicopters to stalk me. 9AID 519. And what makes them, what compels that? They're demons. That's why. And this is documented conduct. It's already established. 1X45057, 9F18641 is the front license plate. That's a large truck. Light activity. 41164R1. That's what Amazon Prime is doing. That's what that vehicle that I just read, the back license plate and the front license plate, lining the path. This is West Valley New Balance factory store at 995. That's the address, and 990 at Barrington on San Bernardino. Well, it's still 4th Street, South Turning San Bernardino. They're lining the path with light activity. 8ROM392 is monitoring to that facilitation. And so is West Valley Detention Center. They're engaged in surveillance inside of that state facilitating venue, as I documented while I was kidnapped by this entity. ATD 519 and 38779X1. License 7RR7967 15861R1. want you to see the San Bernardino County Sheriff engaged in the P.O.C. with the Omnitrans. Alrighty, Walmart crossing path, JB Hunt crossing path again, and documenting on video so you can see the vehicle of the Sheriff's Department that's crossing path. 9G51202. While those demons listen to me cite their name, they visibly appear in order for me to capture in video, which I want you to see anyway, because not only are they engaged in surveillance as they're crossing paths visibly, they're facilitating venue is in relevant position while the pattern of conduct is underway. But what I pointed out is you're looking at what is the absence of windows in that vehicle, and the entity would transport me to states facilitating venue, the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, which I've also documented. The entity is keeping the exact same fake sun, revealing the exact same demon possession. There's no exception. It's a state facilitating venue where criminal conduct of state surveillance was underway while that entity was engaged in kidnapping. And the entity engaged in the same conduct that I'm documenting now. A fake sun remained over that venue, engineered light inside and all around that venue while subject to surveillance. And those demons in the court, those demons of the Sheriff's Department, those demons of law enforcement were engaged in kidnapping. And while specifically the Sheriff's Department, whose vehicle you see in traffic, those are the same type of vehicles that I was transported in. No windows. You're not looking out and seeing what is a clear window like I'm on the bus. No, the entity was aiming what is impossible light activity. This is demonic conduct, right? EP07784, that's a license plate. And while I was on those Sheriff's Department vehicles, the entity it was like a laser light show on the inside of that bus. And directed light was moving all around inside of the bus, all over my body. This is a molestation, a sex offense that the Sheriff's Department is going to be prosecuted for. The people as well, because just like they're doing now, monitoring and group stalking, that's exactly what they were doing while an ongoing kidnapping by entity was underway. It's the exact same P.O.C. while this entity was engaging in surveillance while kidnapped by that Sheriff's Department who you see crossing path in video that I just captured. It's 8:25 a.m. And what you're also looking at is the maintenance of the light source. This is demonic conduct, so you're talking about what is real-time manipulation of the environment while I'm revealing to you the literal demonic activity that's underway, which I captured on video. There's no reconciling what I captured. First of all, I've already shown that the entity is talking about the fake sun. But in addition to that, I captured what is video as I get on this bus on Hope Boulevard, and the fake sun is over me before I get on the bus, over the Shires Liquor, not over and in alignment and visible, capable of being seen over that south side of the museum where I lay. The entity is engaging in keeping the fake sun over me as I left that museum early today. And it is directly over my head as I capture the entity stalking by airplane. It remains in alignment with the bus, which is driving on Hope Boulevard, aiming light. There's no mistake about it. It's directly over the bus, through the windshield, aiming impossible light through the walkway, the center of the bus, impossible light. The same conduct as I document in the evening on the same route, going in the opposite direction, back to Ontario, where it's aiming light through the windshield. Like, by the way, and the entity is engaging in this conduct as I get on this bus. Covering up the fake sun is no deviation from the P.O.C. ATQR 880. Documentation already published with regard to what is an impossibility that will be the sun, whether you cover it up or not. That's why you document. And the pattern of conduct is underway. I just want to document that, and that is the significance of that video that I captured of the Sheriff's Department. And by the way, these are demons that are listening to me document. The Sheriff's Department visibly appears seconds later, not coincidentally, not because we're driving by their venue, but it's seconds later after I identify them on my podcast. These are demons that are paying very close attention to everything that I'm saying, and it's to their own demise. And again, I like to tell the demons what's coming. You're going to federal prison. While you're paying attention so hard, that's why you're paying attention and stalking like that, because you're listening to me tell you what's going to happen, and you're going to federal prison. 7ZVV52328. You can listen to that. 8HGH782, 8RDG182, 07664H3, 8ELX403. It's 8:28 a.m. M54168, 8HYJ054, 1399981, that's Omnitrans, 7JPV, I can't see the rest of it, 7FLE780, 5USH274, 7LTH 273. 5PJN 371. 6C 30008. 7EBG 189. 8DTC 833. 7FEB 663. 48292X1. 8DUR 704. 6EJC 8YVD 640. 4WSU 436. 48975E2. 7W57918. 7YVA 518 at La Cadena Market 85547C3. 7UIU 595. 'Paper plate BS69G12. 6BJA 392. 5B94527. 6G6. I can only see the rest of them. B9. I'm sorry. BP9OGOO paper. 7DGK663. 8TTA 549. 8ELX 371. 06842G3. 5PBL 238. 8FUA 847. 4XYE 231. 6JJE 092. 8WJC 564. 8NMJ 145. 7BBH 218. 8VSL 095. At 15885 San Bernardino Avenue. 7HBJ 366. 6TMH 279. 8TTY 688. 8HSB 420. 7FMJ 282. 8KBS 179, I believe. 8CIK 459. We're at Citrus Avenue and San Bernardino Avenue. 8LKP 995. 6NB 2249. 8CEF 478. 8HLN 821. 6JGD 530. 4PYE 463. 7NKC 120. 5VAR 167. It's 8:33 a.m. $4X75439. 7DMP 561. 8 8TKL908, 7WDE546, CA81G68 paper, 8KYV440, 8FTB300, 8FDE083, 3VMG596.
Cypress Avenue.
8SDS 047, 6TVU 750, 7RMP221, 8HGV 301, 7TLU 975, 8ESE 749, monitoring. They send 6UIT 121, 7UAA 463, 7MPC 378. P60382, 7AJB 898, 6TVR 857. GCR 055,
Cuidado.
8PSH 101. 7RXM 475, 15107B1, 7YKY328, 6SFD 970, 05249X2, 7LQG 508, 180KT handicap, 8FHF 749, 8NPR 314, 7AWD 368, 5TFZ 993, 7FXZ 889, 7FLZ 935, 14750R1, 6PKX 760, 7AOV 989, 7TLZ 879, 7PXK 725.
South Fontana Transit Center. Service right. Lost. 1961 329. On the right. Victorville Valley Transit. And BD.
7FAK 711, 7BMA 753.
What are you doing now? Thank you.
7WML 780, 8RQD 723. This is activity creation on bus. Alright, license 8YRX 869, 7BZ 8106, light activity at the 99-cent store, license plate 5FDF 631, using your hazards, stopping in the path. And I did capture the fake sun, 8U91004. The fake sun is over me on Sierra Avenue at this time at 8:38 in the morning, and At this time, at 8:38 in the morning, I captured video at around 8:36 in the morning as I remain on Route 61 that's going to Pomona, California. And at this time, I remain on Route 83, getting off both in Upland on one day and also remaining and going to Chino another day, and also remaining literally at the Ontario Museum of History and Art, so which is why I'm able to document at 9:49 in the morning. The fake sun remains over the museum. This is P.O.C. 7ZTK334, and you're witnessing that demonic activity not only by virtue of that presence of that light source and the demon-possessed who are engaging in that ongoing conduct, which is well documented with directed light. The entity is engaging in covering up that light source, which is supposed to be a cloudy day. It is that is necessary to understand with regard to what is the ongoing real-time control over the environment. In the same way, you are exercising control as a literal fake sun, not the sun that we are acquainted with, that we learn about, 8EMJ260, and that is established by virtue of what is being on the same street, Sierra Avenue, at 8:30 in the morning. And the entity is keeping a fake sun in alignment with me in the same manner at 6 o'clock in the evening. All right, that is a scientific impossibility. That is the demonic. And this is serving a criminal purpose. And this is surrounding an entity with that ongoing evidence. It is currently 8:43 a.m. Arriving at Fontana Metrolink train station, license 1545682. As Omnitrans engaged in surveillance facilitation, that's Route 63, bus 2343. License 1500428, bus number 1286. License. I can't see the license. That's bus number 1322, Route 14, and Route 10 here, creating light activity, and bus number 1363, license 1535708. It's 8:43 a.m. Alrighty, license 8ZO3669. That's Pawn Air. That's a demon, directed light while they drive by. And the video that I just captured at 8:45 in the morning, the fake sun over me, Omnitrans waiting to cross path, and that's what they're doing now, Route 82 with directed light, license 1545838, 2359. That's a demon that just waits until I finish that video and I start walking. That's what they're doing. It has nothing to do with their published schedule. And the fake sun being over me is exactly what that reveals, and that's what controls. License plate 1545682, bus 2343, crossing path with directed light as well. These are demons. That is the pattern for monitoring. These are also hostile demons. This is harassment while they're stalking and molesting, having light strewn backwards from the outside of the bus, and that's not even the sun. That's manifestation of light by demons. Demons that are driving commercial vehicles, Omnitrans. It is 8:48 a.m. And they are indeed under the sun witnessing documentation, because that same company is under and operating these vehicles where I'm subject to state surveillance, and that's why you have what is, that's why you have what is the entity keeping a fake sun as I'm capturing it right now during the 8 o'clock hour. You're talking about what's in excess of 9 hours later, as I've already published documentation of what is 6 o'clock in the evening, the same property. 7XJK277. That is called the P.O.C. That is the pattern of conduct. That is revealing the identity. They reveal their own identity also. Moreover, as I'm revealing the environment that they're in, they demonstrate demon possession while they cross paths with directed light. All right, 8011OK2, they being the people of the state. It is currently 8:49 a.m. Let me show you the demons of the Fontana Police Department. It is currently 8:50 a.m. Capturing the fake sun over me while Fontana PD, that's a demon driving representing law enforcement, engaging in what is stalking one who is documenting it, which is an impermissible threat, doing so in that specific environment, which is a terrorizing threat as well, doing so in concert with the people of the state. This is law enforcement facilitating that criminal system, which is an act of terrorism. All right, that's in violation of existing federal law while interstate stalking is underway, and that which shall be enforced against this entity with regards to the ways in which you're going to prosecute a demon-possessed population engaging in interstate stalking in the state of California. It's 8:51 a.m. 7D14819, 7HHV180, 8RLZ 739, 6AHD 772, 1545799. 41783A1, 6CWP268, 7PPB994, Let's see, BW 64150, 8 U.S.C 906, 7XVU 552, 8 JBP 494, D878F1, 7WYZ 598, 7XNH 583. K63. I can't really see that one. $87797Y2, 8PCT702, U-Haul AH67367. That's Arizona. 8UMU984. 27213G1, 27213G1, 8NHM438, 7YHG964. A license plate, 89556Y2. License 7RWP021. License BM119H8. That's a paper plate. An entity that is sounding sirens under a fake sun that's present over 10 hours on one street. Those are demons sounding, engaging in criminal summoning. 8MKN556. That's what the city of Ontario is heavily documented engaging in. Demonic activity. 5FEE417. Demonic activity that is highly criminal. 8SDP261, as well as demented. Very, very demented. 7NLR739. 7NMN227. 8LJA278. Alrighty, and you have the demons of the Fontana Police monitoring with 7RNF428. 6YKY253. They're group stalking at the red light while the entity is sounding sirens in the background. These are the demons of the Fontana Police who are patrolling. They are repeatedly crossing paths. This is an ongoing unlawful threat while they're monitoring one who is documenting it. That's impermissible. It's grounds of federal prison. License plate 1597017. That's a Latino male with a mustache. 8EAM558, 7KHU132, 8YRK997, 6DZP441, 8RZE794, 5VBK205, 7ZNMTN5, 8NRU106, NN6A, 8, oh no, I can't really see that one, 8PLP274, 8EOH788, or 8FOH788. And those are all third parties who surround that minion that's driving the Fontana Police Department vehicle. 1479146, bus 1302. And Metrolink is crossing path as well, monitoring with law enforcement under the fake sun, 8JHV763. All right, which is not only shown to be absolutely impossible as, for example, let's look at what I did March 14th as I remain at Mercy House, and I don't arrive here until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So how in the hell, all right, that's how, because this is out of hell. That's how I have what is arriving here after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The fake sun is remaining over me. LEXX96 is a demon who is intentionally present in what is an entirely impossible environment, meaning it is impossible that it is naturally occurring. These are demons, and demons of the Fontana Police Department who are stalking, and they are stalking one who knows that they are engaging in that stalking conduct. That's an unlawful threat that you're posing to an American citizen. You will go to federal prison for that. The entity is engaging in this conduct while I am at the same time remaining. It is 8:56 a.m. I captured video on March 22nd, 2022 at this same moment, and the state is keeping a fake sun over me while I'm at the Pomona Regional Transit Center. All right, and I'm documenting the Pomona Police Department at 6CNJ142, 8DVL547, 7REY086, 8FKM935, 7FVB823, 5HJK621, 5JDH020, 5DCT370, 6NAH635, D18H1. And the entity is keeping the fake sun over me while I am, let me get this, GRAMSRR. Alrighty, capturing what is the fake sun. 8HHW979, this triple chin minion, is stalking in concert with MUMTANK. That's a license plate, 8ETB683, 8RLG214. The minion you see, that is the San Bernardino County Fire Department coming from the Roberts Fire Station, the Fontana District. Those are demons in a fire truck engaging in what is, first of all, facilitation. Second of all, while they're listening to me document very damning evidence, which I've already established the P.O.C. You're talking about what I'm sending minions to federal prison. This is going to be uniform policy. I'm going to prosecute the people of the state uniformly with regard to what is establishing that policy. The P.O.C. is already established. And as I'm capturing this video of the fake sun at 8:56 in the morning, when I'm reminding you my presence in Upland, California and in Pomona, California, and my presence at that same Fontana Chamber of Commerce location at 5:02 p.m. on Sunday, 7 MPG 655. This is when you are listening to what is criminal summoning by the San Bernardino County, by the San Bernardino County Fire Department. Those are demons. And it's called criminal facilitation, 8GYK813, 6CNU173, 43093W2. You're looking at what is this underage minion. He's under the age of majority. He's engaged in criminal activity, representing what is a communication device, not crossing the street for over 3 minutes. He could have been across the street. All right, he did not. He's maintaining presence while the fire department is crossing paths, patrolling, moreover, driving back and forth, one with sirens, one without sirens, doing so under the fake sun that remains over my head. They're all stalking. 8MKC586, and they're all stalking as demons. The demons, the demon possessed, are under the fake sun. That's what you need to understand. I'm not just showing you what is an impossibility that it would ever be the case naturally. You're witnessing what is Satan that controls this environment, this environment that we know of. It's not some far off nature. No, you need to understand this is Satan that is controlling the environment, the climate as it's termed. This is demonic, and you're talking about what is the demon possessed who are in that demonic environment, intentionally hoping to keep you ignorant with regard to that reality. And all I'm doing is showing you that environment, and I'm showing you what it's directly pointing to, the people who are in it around you, and the criminal conduct they're engaged in. 7TFY537, and that's video that I captured at 8:56 a.m. 7PRK319, 8VNL525, 03186T1. What else is relevant? 8:56 is with regard to what is daylight savings time. Okay? Before daylight savings time, 7:56 a.m., I'm in the city of Upland, California, leaving the museum early in the morning and documenting this very conduct. 1267173. It appears to be a Latino, it could be a Latino, a Caucasian or Latino male, driving a United States Postal Service vehicle, studying his phone, monitor, while he's crossing paths. 7VOJ505, AM161, handicap. And I was getting up early, if you recall, and I was walking to Upland, California, and there was no light source that's remaining over Mercy House, remaining over Hope Boulevard on Route 61, except for on the days that I did that. But when I'm walking north of Euclid Avenue, that's not seen over the intersection of the Fontana Chamber of Commerce at Arrow Boulevard and Sierra Avenue in Fontana. Nor is it the sun that's possibly the sun. This is the presence of Satan, and I'm showing it to you for you to witness with your own eyes, because I'm at that same intersection again, and I'm repeating it because you need to understand how impossible this is. This is entirely demonic. It's at the same intersection at 5:02 p.m. just the other day. I captured it on video for you to see. Not the sun. Impossible. Even if I didn't get that video at the intersection because the entity is covering up this fake sun, Satan is already surrounded. It's down the street at the Fontana Metrolink train station, by the way, down the street on Sierra Avenue, which, by the way, runs north and south. That is non-movement of a light source, that it has moved in no direction, east or west, to be over me on Sierra Avenue. The entity is keeping the fake sun as I document upon my arrival to the Fontana Metrolink train station, less than a block away from the Fontana Lewis Library. This is all manner of what is impossible. All right, so you're talking about what is the very minions that I documented at State Facilitating Venue, the Fontana Chamber of Commerce, the Fontana Civic Center, the Fontana City Hall, the Development Center. This is the development of a prosecution of the people of the state and every type of venue that they're at. There is no exception. And there's no exception to demon possession either. 12176G2. The environment is telling you exactly what the environment is telling you. And there is no exception. There's no position that you're holding. You are not in any way above suspicion. You are engaging in what is facilitation in that environment, claiming whatever it is that you want to claim with regard to knowledge or ignorance. It's no legal excuse. All right, this is state surveillance by government, and the government happens to be what are puppets of Satan. And that's directly relevant because it's going to be a prosecution for what is terrorism while you're stalking with an entirely unnatural environment, which you know you are communicating that threat you intend to terrorize while you are placing one under surveillance who is documenting it. All right, so that's what's relevant with regard to stalking within an environment, and you continue to engage in that. And it is going to be the ability to prosecute the government itself for what it is doing on behalf of Satan. It is the ability to prosecute the people of the state who are doing what they're doing on behalf of Satan, because Satan has a name. Okay, whatever this stalker's government name is, you're going to prosecute her for that, or her or him for that. All right, it's criminal conduct while they're acting on behalf of Satan. License 8WNW571. That demonic conduct is terrorizing. All right, it is also the intent. You intend to terrorize because you're also monitoring documentation. You know that they know. You know exactly what it is that they're documenting, what they're observing, what they are being frightened by. And Satan itself intends to inflict that type of harm. That's exactly what I've documented as well. That's exactly what the documentation reveals. You are going to be prosecuted for that. And you're going to be prosecuted as the people of the state. 8YMH242. 8UVH434. 7HUS730. This is the state facilitating video of the United States Postal Service, the federal government's office where they're engaged in state surveillance, the post office, okay? 6MUG031 372KV, a demon stalking with light, using their vehicle. 510SF handicap. 8RKD660. 6VPC742. 7DES847. CA050D3 paper. (7KPS 084) 8RIL 311, stalking in the path. In addition, stalking with that minion that uses a car horn to stalk with audible activity. 8XTZ285, 8TLP231, 8HQS585, 6DVC399, 8DCJ686, 7EXR317, 8CBY417, 8NDR091, 8THR490, 5CXK295, 8ZAV075, 8E82104, 6BEV557, 6SQA598, 8ELH249, 7CTC248, 7ZCW529, 5YVK649, excuse me. 5YVK694, excuse me, that's correct. 5VRJ064. 5JDH020. 30335E2. 8JFH832. 8, oh, I read that even first one. 7DFT043. 8GVP460. 5YGL894. And 8RQE539, 8ELH249, 5YQY909, and that's the impossible audible activity. Of what is a Metrolink that's occurring under what is a fake sun. And that's exactly how you're going to prosecute companies engaging in that. And that sound is amplified, as I was documenting yesterday, the sound of the train. inside of the library, the Fontana Lewis Library, where demons are stalking in that environment, in that venue, maintaining presence, engaged in surveillance. As I'm walking outside, the people of the state are doing nothing other than driving all around, being present, engaging in state surveillance wherever it is that they are remaining for purposes of presence on behalf of in the path on behalf of the state. And they're demons doing that. They're demons that are, again, clocked in at work before I arrived there. This is a demon-possessed population, and that's why I am able to document an ongoing impossible environment. Wherever it is that you work, you don't have any form. You're present on behalf of the state. You're in this specific environment. You're not exercising your First Amendment right. You don't have a legal argument. So, but like I said, that's the P.O.C, and that's how you're understanding what is the pattern of conduct on behalf of the state, as opposed to what is this stalking conduct by minions who look the opposite direction, or relying on the fact that you don't know their name and that they can never be identified as a stalking on behalf of the state. It's entirely, first of all, demented. It's evil, all right? It's out of the pit of hell, and it's also not intelligent, though. It's not sophisticated. It is a matter of what is documented, and why? Because you're dealing with what is inherently malicious. You're dealing with Satan itself. Satan is present through the environment, as I've shown you, and Satan is present via people who are lying minions. Okay? It is currently, by the way, you're looking at minions that are patrolling into what is directed light. The entity's fake sun is over the parking lot. It's 9:10 a.m. The parking lot of what is Stater Brothers. That's where I'm at. Stater Brothers at 8228 Sierra Avenue. And I'm also on surveillance cameras, as well as they are. Okay, the people of the state are being documented. Very easy to accumulate what is the prosecution via evidence of what is a presence on behalf of the states where the pattern of conduct is established. Fernando Cuevas. This is the manager here. This is identification of a third party. This is P.O.C at this venue. It's 9:11 a.m. Alrighty, completing my purchase at 9:28 a.m. And capturing what is the engineered light that's inside of that venue of the Stater Brothers. And again, you're remembering, first of all, this is impossible light activity, meaning that's never capable of occurring under normal circumstances of what is supposed to be a sun and then sunlight appearing inside of the building. That's impossible light activity. It's not going to manifest on the shade. It's not ricocheting off the floor into the ceiling. It's not reflecting off of the doors onto the ceiling upward, and light that is flat spreading through the inside of the venue, while the light source, which again is documented, remaining over me at the same time in Pomona, California, just as one example, and it's hovering over this venue. This is speaking to it's impossible that the light source is even here, and it's also impossible with regard to what is the virtue of the light activity that's captured inside of the venue. And so this is what I documented. This is the pattern. This is stalking with light. You're stalking with light while you are stalking in the path in that light. That's what these demons that both work here and are here shopping and literally engage in what is arriving and maintaining presence at this venue where this light activity is underway. That's what the people of the state do. This is what a state system looks like, and this is how it is under ongoing systematic operation. And by the way, this is demonic. And so like I said, with regard to knowledge of who you are, you're talking about Satan's minions know exactly where you are. This is not the sun. They are aware of that. This is demon possession. This is demonic activity. And they are maintaining presence around you in that demonic environment on purpose. And I'm showing you what is their demon possession through that impossible light activity, through their conduct of marching around in this environment. They are demonstrating their demon possession with the directed light conduct that is appearing inside of a building in abnormal methods while I'm outside of buildings and light is touching all over around me while demons are seemingly, they want to appear as though, but they're not. When you're showing what is the conduct and the environment that they're in, the demon possessed are revealed as they are. So like I said, Satan cannot put up a mask. Satan is revealed in plain sight, and that criminal conduct is directly relevant to what is demonic. And so it's 9:32 a.m. And that's what I captured while I'm inside of that Stater Brothers. And this is the Stater Brothers that's at 8228 Sierra Avenue. Fernando Cuevas. This is a manager here. He's proudly on a sign here outside. This is identification and documentation of the people of the state, where I am subject to surveillance, where the people of the state are engaging in what is entirely demented group conduct. I mean, pacing around while that demon is in directed light, while I am documenting it. That is an impermissible threat. The government is going to force to stand down. The government is acting through the people. Demons that engage in this obsessive stalking conduct, waging a threat to the life, you're going to federal prison for waging that threat to the life of an American citizen, period. And this is the conduct that they're engaging in. They're demons that are being approached with what is documentation, and you're going to surround, this is what this documentation is serving, you're going to surround and bind that conduct that they are engaging in. It's entirely sick, okay? And they're doing this together, and this is what is occurring. It's currently 9:33 a.m. I'm going to document what is the fake sun at this venue, and you're going to remember, just like it's, this is Sierra Avenue in Fontana, and by the way, this is straight down the block from the Fontana Metrolink train station. This is where the state is keeping a fake sun as a matter of documentation all day. After 6 p.m., the same block, okay? The demons are running in and out. We document. I'm referencing the surveillance cameras, his shadows on the ceiling. All right, these are demons that are running in and out. Pay attention. This is Jasmine C. She is using a shopping cart, crossing path. They're running in and out of the entrance crossing path while they're listening to me document them. Psychopaths, okay? It's 9:33 a.m. and like I was stating, the entity is keeping the fake sun over this Stater Brothers as I documented the Stater Brothers and the fake sun is here at 10 a.m. And again, that's based on my arrival following me here. Again, I get here earlier. That's where the fake sun is. And that's speaking to what is, again, the ongoing, very easy ability to document what is the pattern of conduct of stalking with light. Stalking with light is that which is occurring where you're placed under surveillance by government, and it is a satanic targeting system that you're subject to. So anyway, it's 9:34 a.m. and the light source is over me at this Stater Brothers, which on this same street at the Fontana Civic Center, where I'm showing you the Fontana Police Department, who are engaged in group stalking at the intersection of Seville and Sierra, right there. It's literally on the opposite side of the same Fontana Lewis Library, where I was at 5:02 p.m. on the opposite side of that Fontana Lewis Library on Sunday. All right, and that's, I mean, that in and of itself. All right, and that's what I documented. That's why I'm showing you what is. This is clearly the P.O.C. It's 9:34 a.m. on March 22nd. I'll give you an example outside of Fontana. That's the durational analysis with regard to duration of time, not the sun. Same block. Literally maintenance of presence over my head while I'm inside of and on this block all day long. And also at the same time, I'm in what is Pomona, inside of the Starbucks at 101 West Mission Boulevard. The fake sun is right here over my head, and that's impossible. And while it's right here over my head, it is not over Seville and Sierra Avenue, where I showed you the fake sun was over me at the time, where I have not yet arrived at this venue. That's where the Fontana police were group stalking while the fake sun was remaining over me en route to this venue. That's the P.O.C. Alrighty. Capturing that video for you at 9:35 a.m. so you can see what is the light source that's remaining directly over my head as I'm in the parking lot, and I'm showing you what is demonic activity while psychopaths look every other which direction. I'm going to use that very example to prosecute the people for what is terrorism. This is how the demon-possessed conduct themselves, where they are maintaining their composure. And let me be clear, because you're going to be prosecuted for terrorism, period. You are a demon-possessed psychopath. Look in any other direction you can. You go ahead, because you're not going to avoid that prosecution. But then you have those that lose their self-control. Let me tell you something. Being prosecuted as a demon-possessed terrorist is better. You're talking about the lesser of two evils. It's better that you remain silent and look that opposite direction than engage in what is threatening one with your audible activity, which I've also documented these psychopaths engaging in while they are hostile to being documented. You're talking about what is equally threatening. You are under a fake sun. You are stalking. You do not have any form. You're a psychopath, and you are engaging in obsessive stalking, and it is not hidden whatsoever. That is exactly the documentation with which you are using to understand the way that the system operates. It's not based on knowledge of any third party's names. You don't need to know it. They're stalking you. They know exactly who you are. They're demons. They are present in that environment, in that demonic environment, which is absolutely impossible to naturally be occurring. It's surrounding you. They are present surrounding you for an ongoing malicious and demented purpose on behalf of an entity. Stalking. All right, well, look in the opposite direction. What type of stalker is that? That's a very sick one. Okay, and this is sickness amongst the people. It's called demon possession. All right, while they're engaging in what is terrorism. 6KKF399, 8FRC471, 8EOM188, touching with directed light, 7NMC452, and that is Stater Brothers as well, 33413R1. That's while Satan listens to what is the fact that I'm going to prosecute this company. Stater Brothers, you're looking at what is an ongoing pattern, patches of directed light. That's familiar, right? Stater Brothers in Ontario, California, the same conduct. That which is impossible to ever naturally occur is occurring at yet another venue in a different city. All right. In doing so, that's a pattern in and of itself. Understand that. And while the entity is engaging in what is terrorism, that's exactly how you're going to prosecute. While that demon, the last license plate that I read, is driving through the parking lot, that same demon, this is an entity that's acting as one. This is the conduct of Satan, and this is the literally to its own demise. while you are terrorizing one who is surrounding you with law, I'm going to choke the life out of Satan itself. All right. I'm going to prosecute and make an example out of these demons in California. And so you have another demon that's listening to me prosecute and speak to what is the necessary as a matter of justice with regard to dealing with the demon possessed population, engaging in what is an additional act of terrorism on behalf of the people of the state, all of them waging that threat together while they're monitoring documentation under what is a fake sun, direct evidence that's already published, because the actual sun is not over my head at 8228 Sierra Avenue in Fontana, California, the same block where the light source is remaining over me after 6 p.m. in the evening, let alone at the same time at 9:35 in the morning while I'm inside of Starbucks in Pomona, California, where I documented the maintenance of a light source as I was on Route 61 going westbound today, nowhere in conformity with what I documented going eastbound on Hope Boulevard to the city of Fontana, and the entity is keeping a fake sun over me inside of that Starbucks. That demon is crossing path and doing so while they're listening to me document, and that is the conduct of very threatening, life-threatening, demon-possessed stalking minions, all right, who are listening to documentation, and they can listen all they want. Just like the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, they're going to federal prison, and many of the people of the state of California, they're going to federal prison and necessary facilities where they are removed from being able to threaten the lives of American citizens, that they are engaged in obsessive stalking. All right, that obsession, that stalking conduct, while you are also harboring hostility, which is of the demonic, is speaking to a threat that you are posing to the life of one on behalf of a government. You will be detained. Okay, you need to be. This is a lawless beast that is active in a person, and it's not knowledge that it's not conduct that they're not in control of, that they don't have a choice. That's not what demon possession is. Demon possession is speaking to what is evil, not insanity such that you don't know the difference between right or wrong. The entire malicious construct of the system reveals that, and such evil shall be bound up, okay, in a straitjacket, in a facility, in federal prison, whatever is necessary. And they certainly will be subject to what are those reverberating federal repercussions upon being prosecuted as engaged in what is group stalking with the government. All right, group stalking is a government system. 7ZCW529, 8PUW096, BA436, handicap, 97984W2, 5EDP231, 7CTC248. All right, and that demon engages in that conduct on behalf of an entity. Phil Cawthron, who's State Farm office across the street, the minion in the law office across the street, the minion in the tax service, Curtis's little tax office. Guess what? They're engaging in threatening on behalf of the entire entity. It is not different. Phil Cawthron and the little tax, those are all demons together. The fake sun is over all of their properties, moving over me while I'm here. The entire venue. All right, and those in relevant position. There is no exception. And this is speaking to what is a threat that's waged in concert and on behalf of a state. 5XFZ012. It's currently, by the way, 9:42 a.m. 7YYL449, 5ANF312, 8HLF254. 4AXM852, and I think I read those license plates yesterday. Yeah, Phil Cawthron. He's a minion monitoring, by the way, with San Bernardino County Fire while they're sounding sirens. All of the venues in relevant position, including the minions of the Fontana Civic Center, they're all monitoring. Okay? It's called facilitation. That's why those demons are using sirens. It lets you know everybody else is monitoring. That's how you are incriminating everyone else as well. License 97984W2. 0193MB. H65MWR. 7TSG 975, I believe. 51975E1 6HZG. I can't really see the rest of them. 7CFX 820 379HK handicap 6RBF 872. 8WZZ 187. This is Omnitrans. You know they're stuck in 1545686 bus 2355. License 6NCJ314. I'm at Sierra Avenue and Upland Avenue. 8CHB 918. 8XDJ156. MCX399. XYC651, 8X14662, 8TUJ153, 8YCY428, 8TPK190, 4KTK534, monitoring at Spaggy's, which is across the street from the Civic Center, license 84618B3. That's Spaggy's Restaurant Catering. They're over here monitoring crossing path. License 8AKL339, 8NZS302. Spaggy's Restaurant and Event Center is located at 16880 Sierra Avenue, 284 LPM, Oregon, 7XXJ621, 24064K1, 8BNH591, 8ZGE663, 8VWT822, 8DFH211, 8JFK360, 4AXM852, 8GGP845, CC17V51, paper 7RIA421, 7EBM708, 5V75807, 8TYX970, 6EWU855. PIV 975. License plate 6XTR582, and this is Washington 93903RP. That is Jaffe Trucking LLC. Jaffe spelled Jaffe. License 8XRV119, 7YVB227. It's 9:48 a.m. License plate 85174Z1. And this demon stalking and monitoring with Fontana Police. So you see in my video at 9:48 a.m. where you're looking at the fake sun that's over the same intersection it is at 6:09 p.m. 7KYW293. This is 6NYT427. A group stalking in addition with 6ZLM217 engaged in surveillance. Wow, not a good look, bruh. This minion is sitting in the, while I'm capturing that video, while Fontana PD are stalking, this minion is engaging in stalking, sitting in their vehicle in relevant position. That's surveillance. It's criminal. It's in the specific environment. That's documentation of what are the demon possessed are engaging in that specific environment. These minions know exactly who I am, and you are stalking. All right? In that scientific impossibility, within that, you're stalking. 8NDV084. It is 9:53 a.m. (23504J3), stalking in a black Mercedes van. San Bernardino County again, 1537300. San Bernardino County Fire Department, just pacing up and down the street, witnessing me prosecute them. 5AHK365 32850F1. And this is Demons Crossing Path. That's San Bernardino Fire, license 1471025. License 1545838, 8RHS557, 8SYT260, 8DKT633, 8LOE680. Alrighty, and those demons of the fire department demonstrate what is hostility while they are engaged in an act of terrorism, which is very well documented, in crossing paths with directed light moving across the ground. That's a threat to my life. 12515E2, while they are monitoring my documentation, every single last one of those minions inside of that Fontana District Fire Department is subject to federal prison. All right, I just want to point that out to you. While they're monitoring with San Bernardino County, who's cheesing in my face while he's monitoring, 1535300. Like I said, that directed light conduct is documented. I don't have to make it up. That's exactly what they just did right now while they're driving by, stalking me. All right, and doing so while while they are listening to the words. That's the sickness of Satan. Listening to me document you. 8XJC127. Sick, very, very sick. That's the Roberts Fontana District Fire Department, San Bernardino County Fire, 7EOM969. I'm advocating on behalf of the ordinary target individual. You want to threaten me? You're threatening one who I'm advocating on behalf of, and I'll put you in federal prison. Straight up. And you won't be getting out 7YOU853, and that's based on the threat that you are posing. All I'm doing is documenting it, and I will surround you with what is federal law as the grounds for that. All right, and so that's what they did. They're using those fire trucks in order to engage in criminal conduct, using that venue of a fire station to engage in criminal conduct. All right, I want to be clear with regard to the use of expenditures of a government to engage in criminal conduct. That's what the Fontana Civic Center is engaged in. A fake sun is over me while I'm showing you at 9:48 a.m. and demons using police vehicles. This is what the entity is doing. All right, this is the reality of when you're gassing up a helicopter that's engaging in what is flying around in a circle for hours while I'm documenting it. Okay, what type of psycho? This is a state system and it's comprehensive, and you have a whole bunch of reasons for what's inflation in California. You're paying for what is a state surveillance system, by the way. It's currently 9:55 a.m. Allison Mechanical Group Stalking. And where does the fake sun go? Right to the front entrance area of the library, as I've documented customarily. I'm just showing you as I go to the back portion, that's where the fake sun is in the evening. As I'm showing you 6 hours later, that's the ongoing comparison you're gonna make. That's no sun. All right, and this is showing every angle from which you are looking at that impossibility, demonic conduct, 5CGL117. Satan is not going to escape. There is no argument. It is absolutely impossible. This impossibility is a reference to the demonic. And this is speaking to what is the criminal conduct of a company such as Metrolink, which is exactly what's going to be prosecuted for what is terrorism. Terrorism was relevant to with regard to what is demonic, this demonic environment, which is achieving what is a criminal objective of monitoring with communication devices and its massive facilitation, while you were also monitoring, harassing one who was documenting it. So Metrolink's amplification, the sound of a train, which you cannot hear inside of the library, you cannot hear on the block at the Stater Brothers, you cannot hear while I'm walking through documenting in the parking lot of the Fontana Civic Center. That's relevant to what is occurring also under what's not the sun. 7RUK992. It's relevant to also what's occurring in the directed light that these demons are, I was going to say spitting because they're like creatures, but they're not spitting light. They're manifesting light. So let me be precise. But like I said, I'm just speaking to the sickness that is the system, the demon possessed, the cockroaches that are the demon possessed. They're freaks of nature. That's what Satan is. They're not normal people, and they have Satan on them. You just can't see it physically, but you see it through their sick conduct. All right. And this is how you're witnessing what is demon possession. They're not going to levitate in front of you. That's not what demon possession is. You see it through what is the light activity. You see it through what is the environment that they're in. That's not possibly the sun. All right, things that you've been told about for a purpose to keep you ignorant about what is surrounding you, who is surrounding you, and what they're doing as they're surrounding you. All right, so like I said, that's relevant to what is the audible activity of impossible noise, such as a train. It's documentation, it's prosecution for what is terrorism. And that's exactly what is very easily documented while you hear train the train in the background. That's audible activity under all circumstances, first of all. I'll prosecute you for that. Second of all, you need to understand it's demonic because you can't actually hear that. All right, and so it's also then what is harassment by an entity that engages in it while you're documenting it. Alrighty, it's currently 9:59 a.m. That's the entity amplifying plane activity, where the entity tends to engage in what is stalking with a fake sun and directed light. and engages in what is amplified audible activity that you cannot naturally hear. That's the state that is stalking by plane. It is currently 9:59 a.m. This is P.O.C. at the Fontana Lewis Library. All right, federal stalking by entity in the bathroom. This is a perpetual sex offender that is the state of California and the people of the state, as they're engaged in state surveillance inside of the venue that is the Fontana Lewis Library, and capturing what is indeed the P.O.C, the minion that you see positioned at the computer lab. This is positioning with regard to the bathroom. This is group stalking conduct. The entity is engaging in what is creating noise inside of that bathroom, while demons maintain awareness of what is going on with you physically. Your genitalia being exposed, you're physically engaging in whatever personal activity inside of that private space. I'm laying out what is the sexual violence that the entity engages in while they are engaged in what is surrounding you inside of that private space. And this is what I'm showing what is relevant positioning. You have what is the minion that is documented inside of this venue yesterday. The same minion is engaging in what is present inside of the male's restroom, and this is relevant positioning as they are anticipating. That's a predator. You're going to prosecute for what is that predatory mind state, getting into position in anticipation for what is manning the path while you are subject to surveillance inside of what is a private space. The third party that is documented as engaging in what is presence on the cafe side, that's relevant positioning. The minion that's sitting at the computer is engaged in positioning. The minion that is inside of the men's restroom and then comes out and sits behind me is not only is this positioning for maintaining surveillance throughout the day, like you did yesterday, but this is positioning with regard to what is the sex offender that's engaged in surveillance in the bathroom on behalf of the government. It is currently 10:15 a.m. and the entity, again, engaging in terrorism, stalking with noise. So the conduct of amplifying what you cannot possibly hear inside of the library, for example, on a larger scale, for example, like I'm stating, the train, even traffic, inside of the computer lab, inside of the library, that is P.O.C. The entity is, you're going to take that pattern of conduct and you move it into what is called a private space where the government is placing you under surveillance. That's the government, that's the sex offender, the perpetual sex offender, all right? And this is the pattern of conduct that the entity is engaging in inside of that private space, engaging in what is absolutely demented, obsessive stalking, which follows you into the bathroom. All right, it is currently 10:16 a.m. That is the audible activity that the entity is engaging in, what is noise inside of the bathroom. And this is the sound of what's supposed to be the blender, the Asian couple, and the cafe, monitoring with those who are under the age of majority, who are demons together engaging in this satanic targeting system under the fake sun, which I, again, captured video of. It's hovering over the entrance side. This morning at 9:48 a.m., it's hovering over me at the Sierra Avenue and Spring intersection side, by the way, and that is a series of hours later. That's over 5 hours later. It's over the Fontana Lewis Library entrance because that's where I'm standing. That is where the entity is engaging in what is both demonic. It is also what is harassment. It's also sexually violent and demented and predatory. And these demons that are sitting under that fake sun and in that directed light are together engaged in what is monitoring documentation while they are entering into the bathroom. This is nothing other than a demon that intends to harass while they are aware of the fact that I've documented and identified their surveillance conduct. So a demon just walks in the bathroom, and it's on surveillance camera. A demon just walks in the bathroom and then walks out, which is crossing a path also. But let me be clear, these are demons who are intending to inflict specific harm, trying to offend, trying to sexually offend and violate, trying to harass while they're monitoring documentation. So I want to document that. Hi.
Hi, can you talk a little lower?
Talk a little lower?
Yeah, because I can hear your whole conversation.
Actually, it's really loud in here all the time.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit lower, though, please? It just seems like a very personal call, and I don't feel comfortable listening.
Nope, this is hilarious. What's your name, Jennifer Perez?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a state actor. She's monitoring. But you're stating you don't feel comfortable listening to me? Okay, and it's very loud and distracting in here, including the cafe. Mm-hmm. But you want me to be quiet, though, right?
A little bit more quiet.
Okay,
yes.
This is harassment. Sure.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's P.O.C. It is 3:11 p.m. this is formed for what is, first of all, she's monitoring, and second of all, this is harassment while they are engaging in loud booming and banging and amplifying noises through the bathroom walls, which you cannot hear that blender through the bathroom walls. And you have minions that are in here with their phones on speakerphone. You have the janitors who are engaging in excessively, including the librarians who are engaging in the ongoing maintenance of noise, while again the light activity is present. So I want to be clear, that is a demon. This is a hostile one who is also engaging in the maintenance of noise while then getting up to, first of all, to monitor me, but then also this is harassment while you're monitoring and then telling me to be quiet when all these demons are loud all day. Okay, which is what I've addressed with Stephanie while she has done the same thing, by the way. It's currently 3:12 p.m. I do want to document what is the amplification as I captured on video. The light source is over the entrance while this demon is telling me to be quiet. And it is over 5 hours later while the light source is over the Sierra and Spring side of the library. There's that. And then you also have what is the ongoing molestation with directed light inside of here while this demon is telling me to be quiet. And while she is also monitoring me while I'm in the private space, which is the restroom, and doing so in concert with all of these demons who are together engaged in surveillance in concert with the city of Fontana. Okay, who is engaged in surveillance in the parking lot, immediately crossing path as I walk out of the building. That is stalking with activity. That's knowledge as to what I am doing, where I am, as I'm doing it, in the same way that you are seeing while the entity keeps a fake sun over this venue, over the side of whatever venue that I'm at. That's why you see it at 9:48 a.m. in, conflict with what is literally, it's a scientific fact that it is impossible that the light source, if that was the sun, would be directly over my head in the city of Ontario and in the city of the Upland parking lot in front of the 99-cent store inside of Upland Village. And while I am inside of the city of what is Pomona, and specifically inside of the Mission Promenade, while I am also remaining in what is the city of Chino at the Chino Transit Center. As I've documented this timestamp specifically to provide a very vivid illustration, the light source is over Sierra and Spring Avenue today at 9:48 a.m. because that's where I'm at, and that's not the actual sun. And that light source is over the entrance area of the library as I step out to show you the environment where demons are engaging in what is sexual violence and doing so with those who are under the age of majority. This demon who you hear in the background engaging in what is harassment through her audible activity while she's monitoring. All right, and what is an environment that is maintained as loud and noisy and disruptive while they are both monitoring as demons and hostile, communicating that through their conduct, which is following everything that I do, including as I'm in the private space inside of the restroom. So I want to document that at 3:14 p.m. And that is the level of psychopath conduct that you are confronted with. And this is the sex offender that is engaging in monitoring with the people of the state and doing so while they are engaging in that a sexually predatory and demented conduct, okay, on behalf of the government. The sound of the blender is what is amplified through the walls inside of the bathroom. That's impossible audible activity. It's also demonic. It's also that which they are doing in concert with those who are under the age of majority. All right, monitoring together while those minions under the age of majority come in and order a blender, or whatever they're ordering from this little off bootleg Starbucks, which is where nothing other than criminal conduct and sexual violence is underway. That's literally what they're doing. That's why a fake sun is over that venue. It's currently 3:15 p.m. This is P.O.C. at Fontana Lewis Library. Document the ongoing terrorism by the demons who you see captured not only in video but in still images, engaging in surveillance, and the entities engaged in ongoing demonic activity. That's what they're doing in the bathroom. This is demonic conduct, and it's also sexually violence predatory, and they're concentrating that activity in the bathroom, and these are hostile demons, okay? This is their condition while they're engaging in surveillance with the government. This is a psychopath, the overweight minion who works here, whose name I recited, whose image I captured, talking about asking me to lower my volume while she is monitoring. Okay, this is a demon that is engaging in what is the conduct of a psychopath. The fake sun has been over the roof of the venue for in excess of 5 hours, as I showed you on video at 3:04 p.m. I captured it this morning at 9:48 a.m. over the same venue that was facing Sierra Avenue. It's over the front entrance at 3:04 p.m. This is Satan that you're dealing with, and I want to document this is demonic activity. The images are captured of what is demonic with regard to vibration of the desk, shaking of the desk, and this psychopath, while you're listening to the audible activity, the entity is engaging ongoing booming and banging, anything that they can crash with regard to what they're literally second by second watching me look at on the internet, publish on the internet, download, etc., everything that I'm doing. And so that is why I respond the way I do. The way you're going to prosecute the people, this is terrorism, while psychopaths of that nature, engage in what is stalking you. This is stalking under the fake sun in clear sight, look in the opposite direction, engaging in what is approaching me, creating audible activity and monitoring in doing so, and waging a threat while a psychopath approaches you and asks you, can you lower your volume when you are monitoring? That's Satan, okay? That's a psychopath. It is currently 5:35 p.m. and the entity is engaging in that ongoing conduct of what is harassment. Any way that these minions can try to engage in, it's pathetic, but I'm going to prosecute for that. The ordinary target individual is subject to this sort of demonic environment while you're engaged in surveillance, and you're a sex offender engaging in that same conduct when you're in a bathroom, and then you're demons that are just sitting around mad because it's being documented, and I'm going to prosecute you for it. This is utterly absurd and in desperate need of what is legislation to bind Satan. It's the surrounding by literally psychopaths. It is currently 5:36 p.m. This is P.O.C. at Fontana Lewis Library, where the fake sun remains. I do want to document what is the ongoing criminal conduct by the entity that's engaging in what is both satanic and that which is vicariously on behalf of the state while surveillance is underway. And so this is the criminalization of what is demonic activity. It is criminal because it is serving what is federal stalking, interstate stalking, in violation of Title 18, Sections 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. And this is the pattern of conduct that's occurring inside of what is the specific environment, one that is entirely unnatural, one that is a scientific impossibility that I'm even capturing it. It's, for example, the light source that is not the actual sun, as I'm capturing it at 9:48 a.m. over the Fontana Lewis Library while I'm standing on Sierra Avenue at Spring Street, and it is in perfect alignment over my head as I go to the entrance at 3:04 p.m. This is 5 hours later, and this is the entity's light source. This is not possibly the sun, that is non-movement. The only movement it moved that this light source engaged in was the pattern of maintaining presence over my head, but this is maintaining presence at what is the same exact venue of the Fontana Lewis Library, and the movement is from the Sierra side of the building to the front entrance side of the building, which faces the Miller Amphitheater, and that is the maintenance of a light source that is not possibly the sun. That is in excess of 5 hours from this morning when I captured it, and that's just today. I captured the light source at 9:35 in the morning on the Fontana Civic Center side of the library, and I captured the light source at 8:57 in the morning today on the Fontana Chamber of Commerce side of the same Fontana Lewis Library. This is the maintenance of a light source. This is a specific environment. This is the pattern of conduct, and this is not ordinary criminal conduct. This is demonic, and this is the criminalization of that demonic activity. While this demonic entity representing the state is the one that's engaging in this conduct with the people, and all of the methods employed are demonic, and the entity is doing so while it is aware of everything that is being documented about its criminal and demonic conduct. And so with regard to the Asian couple whose images you are able to see with regard to their engagement and what is the P.O.C. with regard to stalking with activity, that's demonic. It is, in other words, only people of this condition of demon possession are engaging in this conduct. There is no coincidence with the creation of what is impossible sensational activity. That is the shaking vibration of the desk or the chair or the floor where I'm sitting at, that's occurring with simultaneity to what that third party happens to be doing. What those third parties are doing are engaging in what is the outward appearance, and this is what the demon possessed engage in, of the outward appearance of what is the conduct that they're engaging in. The demonic aspect is that there is the unnatural aspects of that conduct that you are looking at, that the person in the natural and the flesh and blood is engaging in. The demonic, how you're witnessing their demon possession, which is serving a criminal purpose. It is activity creation while they are stalking in the path, and it is with ongoing knowledge of documentation of monitoring conduct on behalf of the state. It is relevant to what is ongoing harassment, and it is also facilitating an entire government and the people who are surrounding all of them monitoring together. It's entirely demented. So you have what is this criminal conduct that is underway, and this is demonic activity. So I'm going to describe what is the pattern of conduct that this entity engaged in, and these are demons who are communicating it is reasonably construed as such, and that's exactly how it's going to be analyzed, and that's how it's going to be prosecuted. It's demonic activity, and it's criminal. But this is demonic activity. So these are demons who are hostile while they are aware of what's being documented about them, and that is going toward what is prosecution for what is terrorism. And they're doing it on behalf of, let me be clear, law enforcement is monitoring while these demons are maintaining close presence around, monitoring in relevant position. That's a threat, an unlawful one. They are monitoring while you are documenting their pattern of conduct, which they are mindful of, and they are doing so, again, on behalf of a government, the public entity. That is an unlawful threat. And you are talking about what is entirely demented in and of itself alone, the fact that it's of the demonic. Okay, so this is unheard of. This is that which is intended to petrify, to frighten, to disturb, to inflict, in other words, suffering, and then to do so, exacerbating that infliction of suffering while you are then monitoring the documentation, right? So this is speaking to what are these psychopaths. This is the Asian couple at the Fontana Lewis Library under what is the specific environment, surrounded by the evidence. And these demons, let me be clear, Satan does not have an ethnicity. Satan doesn't have a race. Satan doesn't have an age. Satan utilizes people. These are vessels. And this is criminal conduct that they're engaging in, which is serving monitoring with communication devices. And so these particular demons are engaging in what is facilitation, as I captured not only in video but in images. The entire computer lab, they're filled with minions who are sitting in relevant position. They're all engaged in surveillance, all engaging in what is concerted conduct all day long, and everything that you are hearing, everything that is occurring is pursuant to what the demon-possessed are focusing on you. So you are engaging in making, first of all, loud noises in direct conflict, and this is how you're understanding what is harassment by this entity who you hear telling me, asking me to keep my voice down, when they are in here engaging in ongoing disruption for the duration of the day. All right, this, like I said, demons are not quiet when they're monitoring and they're stalking. That is the pattern of conduct. All right. So the entity is engaging in what is a harassment while they're doing so. And I just love that I capture. It's very easy to document. This is what I'm saying. So the entity's pattern of conduct through this Asian couple who are at the cafe, these are demons. And so they are engaging in what is maintaining presence in another part of the room. We're not looking at each other. We're not conversing. I don't see them, and they presumably do not see me. You're talking about what is dealing with the demonic. And you have what is, for example, using a blender, as you heard earlier as I was documenting, and this being the guise of audible activity. These are demons who know where you are located. They are physically in the flesh and blood using a blender. The demonic activity is demonstrated, is engaged in, is witnessed. Okay, you're witnessing demonic activity as you are observing, as the elements of monitoring are also underway, as you are listening to what is impossible audible activity of a blender piercing through the walls inside of the bathroom. This is a demon that is targeting me while they are monitoring me and are hostile to the fact that they know very well that they're being documented. And this is all that you are gathering from the pattern of conduct and the nature of the crime of monitoring. But with regard to what is breaking down demonic activity, you have what is another iteration of the same conduct. This is a demon. You're witnessing that demon possession while I am sitting in the computer lab, and you are listening to, or you can hear, I'm just giving you a scenario of what they've been doing. Minions, they're all demons, they're all monitoring, it's all the P.O.C, there's no exception. Coming in and ordering a drink, it's audible activity, they're group stalking, monitoring with the demons who are preparing the drink, okay? Think of Starbucks, documented this already. The entity is acting together, and while the preparation of this drink is underway, while they are opening and closing cabinets or whatever it is that is engaged in with regard to preparing a drink for another minion, both of whom they're monitoring together, and this is a coexisting while in the flesh and blood, this minion is preparing a drink that someone else has come in to order. My desk is vibrating and shaking with simultaneity to what I am doing. Okay, so while I have, for example, finished uploading, it's already published, but I am breaking down documentation from 2019. And the entity engages in ongoing reaction. You're dealing with what is revealing the demon possessed. Satan does not like that, and I could care less about that. But I'm just giving you the reality. This is seriously breaking down and making manifest, revealing the personality of Satan itself. While that is no longer concealed, it's no longer to be a mystery, and it's actually very very, very simple. Any person, by the way, if you're telling their secrets that they intend to maintain as secrets, they're not going to like that. And not only that, you don't even have a right to maintain those secrets. It's entirely criminal while you are violating another. Yes, I'm going to document, I'm going to prosecute you for all of those ongoing criminal acts that you are engaging in while you maintain that knowledge. You're a sicko, okay? So this is demonic activity, and this is Satan that is acting out while it's watching me, literally. And that's what these minions are doing at this venue. They're watching all day long, stalking all day long, including while in the bathroom, engaging in a show of hostility while inside of the bathroom, engaging in ongoing surveillance, but demons also engaging in what is a show of hostility. All right, this is the ratcheting up, the increase, the continuous engagement in what is sexually violent conduct that they are engaging in with those who are under the age of majority. Let me be clear. Demon possession is not limited to the age of majority. The criminal system that the government is engaging in, that the people of the state are engaging in, as I have shown you, and as you see, it is very easy to document. They are very easily catching those federal charges and those enhancements to that prosecution because they very often are including minors in the pattern of conduct, which is sexually violent, which is terrorism, which is facilitation by a government who's threatening your life, placing you under surveillance. Well, the people of the state are doing this that I'm capturing in all manner. And this is what they are doing at the venue. And so while you are preparing a coffee drink, there is under no circumstances, first of all, a sun that's going to remain over this building that you're preparing that coffee drink in for an excess of 7 to 8 hours, as I've already documented. And today, the entity kept its fake sun as I got here earlier on the same block at 8:57 a.m. Yes, it's P.O.C. Secondly, you have what is the entity that is preparing drinks, because that's what they represent, this Asian couple. They represent the entity. They are one who are very likely, because I hear a coarse accent and English is not their first language, they are subject to what is deportation upon federal prosecution. And you're talking about what is an unworthiness to be in this country while they demonstrated what is severely sexually violent and predatory hostility while they were monitoring on behalf of the state today and engaged in ongoing harassment by an entity while monitoring documentation. This is an impermissible threat that they're engaging in concert with the people who are sitting around engaging in surveillance with them at this venue all day long. And this is, as a matter of documentation, up until approximately 6:50 p.m. when this Asian couple departs from their little cafe area. I call it a bootleg Starbucks. And they don't even have free ice. And not only that, they're engaged in criminal conduct. It's entirely pathetic. And so you have what is the entity engaging in their preparation. This is how these demons are monitoring, engaging in harassment, engaging in demonic activity, which is criminal. They are engaging in the preparation of coffee drinks. And all they're doing is engaging in what is in the flesh and blood. This is how you're understanding what demonic activity is. This person is preparing a coffee drink using a blender, getting ice, opening and closing cabinets. The demonic aspect is that you have what is the creation of activity around me, centered around me, while I'm in a different area of the building. Okay. First of all, amplified sound of everything that they're doing inside of the computer lab, the supposedly quiet computer lab. Secondly, you have what is the creation of sensational activity. All right, the vibration of the desk, of the floor, of the chairs, and this is the demonic. Understand that, and this is occurring while they are outwardly appearing to be focused on a conversation, preparing a drink for someone who has come in to order it. You would see on surveillance cameras what appears on the surface as absolutely normal conduct. This is when you are understanding, taking a step back and understanding what is the P.O.C, the environment that they're in, the absence of any legal argument. It is the inclusion of what is literally the supernatural, Satan itself, that is engaging in what is the facilitation of a criminal system through the very environment, what in a manner that you would never even suspect. But it is that which is directly provable through objective evidence, because there is no reconciling what is direct evidence of that you can witness with your own eyes in thousands, not just today, yet again, but in thousands of video documentation and images of what is a fake sun that's remaining in conflict with what is already documented elsewhere, but let alone here over the very building itself for not only in excess of 5 hours, but documentation showing it's after 4 p.m., after 5 p.m., after 6 p.m. And you're seeing it over my head where these minions are engaging in that which is entirely demonic. And these are demons who are hostile. That's the significance of it. It is relevant because, first of all, you're present on behalf of the state. This is the government that's harassing. It's directly relevant, legally relevant. Second of all, you are engaged in what is harassment while you are monitoring in violation of federal law. Okay, the ways in which you are monitoring is that which I'm revealing. It's not just an ordinary surveillance system. It's actually a satanic surveillance system. That is legally relevant as well. You're doing it on behalf of the state. You're doing it in concert with law enforcement. You're doing it in concert with the people of the state. That's entirely terrorizing. All right, so this is in every way legally relevant, and it is the criminalization of that demonic activity that this Asian couple, whose images you can see, is captured. And this is upon their knowledge that they're being documented. So you have every reason, the ordinary target individual, to be petrified by such a demented actor. And they're acting on behalf of the state. While engaging in that conduct, the Fontana City Hall is monitoring, engaging in that same criminal system. The entity is acting at the Fontana Civic Center, at the Development Center, who I documented as I walked through that parking lot. Yes, they are monitoring under that same fake sun that's remaining over for in excess of 6 hours today. That's not the sun. And it is over here because surveillance is underway, and they are sex offenders while they're documented engaging in that demented, demonic pattern of conduct in a bathroom, because they are minions who are monitoring documentation, which shall also be unlawful. All right, so I just want to include this. This is until approximately, like I said, 6:50 p.m. Ongoing harassment while I am online. Specifically, what I'm doing is organizing documentation from 2019, which I have already published, but I have it pretty much in a jumble together. Not in a jumble because it's organized, but I'm going to organize it even more with regard to August 14th, 2019 through September 24th, 2019. And I'm going to separate that day by day by day to keep that documentation consistent with the video documentation on a day-by-day basis as I documented it. And so while I'm going through that, you have what is this ongoing harassment. And so the ordinary target individual, this is the plight. All right. What are you supposed to do when your desk and your chair and all manner of what is terrifying conduct is surrounding you? And then you got psychopaths who are sitting around just like it's not happening, like they're ignorant, they're sickos. Okay. And I have already documented what is the very real pattern of conduct, and I'm going to prosecute. This is federal law to be created for that very terrorism. You're engaged in terrorism while you're sitting around in relevant position in the specific environment, terrorizing while you are literally observing one whom you are terrorizing and stalking in concert with the state. You're not any passive aggressive group stalker. You're a demon-possessed terrorist engaging in state surveillance with the government. All right. And so that's exactly the template for the demon-possessed population as they engage in surveillance all day long, sitting in a library, stalking. You can type up whatever you want. You can print out whatever you want. You're engaged in stalking all day long. That's exactly what these demons, they're the cockroaches of humanity. They are entirely pathetic. Their whole day is centered around what I was doing today as I was doing it, because that's what demons do. It's not just what they're doing, it's where they're doing it and the moment that they're doing it. They're stalking with activity, stalking with simultaneity. You're looking at the flesh and blood. You are actually witnessing the demonic. Okay, so that's how you have what is, for example, as I documented in Upland Public Library. You cannot hear the elevator inside of the bathroom of the Upland Public Library. The elevator is, first of all, it's in the center of the walkway on the first floor in the library. It's across the way from the bathroom. In addition to that, you have what is amplified inside of that bathroom. You cannot hear the elevator inside of the restroom, the men's or the women's restroom, but I'm in the women's restroom, obviously. You cannot hear that. That's called impossible audible activity. And what you are looking at on surveillance cameras, this is how you're understanding the entire demonic system in the flesh and blood. And this is how you know what they're doing. They're in the specific environment, and you have demons that are engaging in plain sight conduct, but thinking that it will never, ever be found out, because all you're doing is getting on an elevator. You're looking at what they're doing, where they're doing it, i.e. in relevant position, and the moment that they're doing it. And so with regard to the targeted individual, and so you have what are demons that are getting on and off the elevator as the targeted individual, myself, is in the bathroom. That person, the flesh and blood person, gets on the elevator. Demonic activity is witnessed as you are hearing what is impossible to hear while that demon-possessed individual is on that elevator. That's how they are targeting you. It's demonic activity. All right. And it is very well subject to what is being criminalized. All right. It's not going to avoid identification under law. You are totally capable, as I am doing, to articulate what the demon possessed are doing and to also surround it with legislation based on evidence that is objective. Okay, this is not subjective. This is not some lofty concept that you have to we're not pontificating. No, we're not. It's actually based on evidence that you are witnessing, and the entity engaging in what is audible activity creation, you're hearing it. The entity engaging in what is directed light, impossible light, under what is not the sun, you're seeing it. I've documented it before, and this is exactly what they're engaging in with regard to what is sensational activity. This is speaking to what is the conduct of the demon possessed, and they are relying on what is their outward form, their appearance, because you cannot see demon possession physically on a person. All right, so they are relying on what is their outward appearance, relying on your ignorance as to the environment and the substance of their conduct. Getting on an elevator is not going to create the sound of the elevator in the bathroom. A demon-possessed person who knows where you are at, who is targeting you, engaging in what is a criminal monitoring system, because that impossible audible activity is serving for what is monitoring with communication devices, which is also legally relevant while you are in a private space. That's a sex offender. All right. And it is also a terrorist who is engaging in this criminal and demonic conduct in order to target you in concert with a state. So I just want to break that down. This is what this Asian couple has been engaging in. And they are getting a special shout out with regard to their hostility that they demonstrate. That's an unlawful threat. And you are subject to federal prison for that. Zero nonsense. The government is using the people of the state. You will prosecute and place them in whatever necessary facilities and break that system down. It is absolutely zero tolerance for that. This is exactly how the government is facilitating a system amongst a people. All right. You have Satan, which is feeling empowered by numbers. You will, by the numbers, throw them into federal prison. Okay. So it's currently 7:52 p.m. I remain at the Fontana Lewis Library, subject to the pattern of conduct all day long. And it is 7:52 p.m. right now, and that is P.O.C. Already capturing on video for you what is Fontana PD, who are present pursuant to what is criminal summoning. Their demon possession, as first of all, this is the same venue where I'm showing you a fake sun during the day, and you have what are demons that it's the same demonic environment. I'm showing you what is the directed light that I'm being molested by, and you're looking at what is the presence of law enforcement and their outward appearance for their form, the reason for their presence. Again, it's pursuant to what is criminal summoning. All right, this is the entity that is summoning itself. All right, the people are monitoring with law enforcement who are demons. 7S MP 425, which you can see through what is the directed light. This is impossible light activity. The vehicles have multiple shadows. The trees that are standing up have multiple shadows. I have 3 shadows on my left and 3 shadows on my right, while this officer is then engaging in what is telling me to back up as though I'm in the way. I'm interrupting a conversation when they are here monitoring, stalking. That's Satan. And he's a sex offender. You see his image, and he's reciting her name. She's monitoring with him. She represents the people. These are the violent, sex offending, psychopath, demon-possessed stalkers that are the people of the state. That is a criminal act of criminal summoning as well. I want to be clear, that's a terrorizing threat. The entity, you're talking about what is stalking together, and while they are stalking together, engaging in what is the outward appearance as though they are consumed with something else, and that is unpersuasive in the specific environment. That's why directed light is there, ladies and gentlemen. That's why it's there. It's impossible light. It's not occurring from the property lights. It's not occurring from any street lamp. You have what is the specific environment. While I'm showing what is a fake sun that has remained over here for the excess of 5 hours, look at the video, and then you're going to understand what is actually underway. That is the P.O.C, the audible activity that is ongoing, the sound of the train, which you cannot hear. You're also looking at that directed light while you hear the sound of the train. This demon is monitoring, going under the same agency, the Fontana Police Department. Demons. The fake sun remained over them. They were monitoring all day long as well. That's why it was here, because I am here, subject to the P.O.C, which I'm revealing and documenting, okay? And that sex offender was engaged in monitoring while my panties are down, 7RLA 903. All right, and sitting in the parking lot monitoring the entire time as you hear him starting their ignition. That's 8VGG 675, walking in the same directed light, stalking in the path. The entity waiting for me to walk out into that iteration of the P.O.C. They're freaking stalkers and weirdos, and that's a show of hostility, and it's pathetic, and you go to federal prison for that. 8ZNL 378, 6KHJ 972, 6KFE 789, 4GJT 437, 8XDX 648, 6VFC 416. The entity engaging in what is sounding audible activity of what's a train, that's demonic. And that's why you're looking at what is the demonic light activity, okay? And you're looking at what is the demonic effort to threaten via law enforcement demons who are wearing police uniforms, who will go to federal prison Okay, this is what the entity intends to do, which is threaten you by virtue of their presence while you are documenting. And how do they do so? How do demons engage? Oh, they're by virtue of being present. All right, and then while I am in no way invading his space, speaking to what is, but like I said, I mean, I'm not going to invade his space anyway. Like, I don't need to touch him. I'm going to document, though, and I'm going to document everything. So you're not going to engage. It's already a threat that they're there. You're talking about what is directed light that's spanning across a parking lot right now. You're talking about what is directed light as I'm showing you inside of the Fontana Lewis Library. Demons that are stalking and monitoring are on Saturday and Sunday and Monday are still stalking and monitoring right now while I'm capturing this demon wearing this law enforcement uniform. And this is what is so preposterous as I'm documenting them. And this is what I'm saying. You're going to federal prison for that. You're going straight to federal prison because the intention is to threaten. Directed light across Casa Barreto, directed light across the ceiling inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, the fake sun hovering over every edge of this Fontana Lewis Library, the fake sun remaining for an excess of 8 to 9 hours over this venue where I am, following me to and from this venue, is speaking to a pattern of conduct that is ceaselessly underway. And then these demons engage in what is standing in the same environment, directed light, heavily documented the venue, and you're standing outside in a conversation as though it is anything else. You can stand outside as however you want. I want you to understand the P.O.C. That's exactly what that was. And every word coming out of that demon's mouth wearing that police uniform is a threat. It's monitoring me. It's audible activity. Doing so on behalf of the state, who is monitoring with the people who are psychopaths sitting around aiming light, swiping light all around, while you are representing law enforcement telling me to back up or what, you're going to arrest me. You're engaging in the pattern of conduct. He is the criminal. Understand that. He is a criminal. That's an unlawful threat. I am documenting. The government is the one that is the criminal. And that is why you're going to federal prison. You're talking about what is the impermissible threat. That's exactly what, and you're looking at what are psychopaths. You are entirely out of your mind. If you are, well, the entity is engaging in what is conduct, but I'm speaking to one who is completely out of their mind, not insane, but you're talking about what is just delusional. Satan just cannot accept, and it doesn't matter. When you are going to federal prison, perhaps you'll get it then, because that's where you're going. This is necessary to protect American citizens. That very episode is exactly what the entity uses to threaten, to engage in what is harassing you by virtue of their presence, if not directly targeting you, if not making false allegations, engaging in what is a whole bunch of minions hopping on a light. I mean, it can go all manner of directions, which I've documented as well. All right. But like I said, in the specific environment, you don't even have to say a word. You don't have to say anything by virtue of being present as law enforcement. You're a demon wearing a police uniform. I'm being molested with directed light where the entity is amplifying impossible audible activity and has been doing so all day long. This is the venue where the entity is keeping a fake sun over my head all day long and touching and molesting and shooting directed light all day long. And you're going to stand outside in that uniform, in that position, as though you are doing anything other than threatening me. That's why you go to federal prison for that. Zero tolerance. I got that license plate. I got his image. I got his likeness. I got the third party that he's monitoring with. They represent the people of the state. The people together are going to be prosecuted for that. It is no distraction. It is understanding what is the demon-possessed population, what is demonic activity, what is malice, what it looks like. That's exactly what it looks like. It's occurring in the exact same specific environment. License 7 CEZ 451. Group stalking on the backside of Citibank, monitoring, using that vehicle, stalking in the path in perfect alignment with me. These are demons that are monitoring with the same police department that I just captured on video. All right, it's the ongoing demonic system. And this is what I mean by delusional. Are you kidding? You're talking about what is directed light captured inside, outside, all around under a fake sun that's like Fontana Lewis Library. It's where the sun rises and sets. That's the conduct you're engaging in, and then you're standing outside as though you're doing something else, as though you have any authority. All right, this is what I mean by dealing with the demon possessed, and this is dealing with what is a criminal. All right, that demon possession, as I'm referencing it, it is legally relevant. All right, but like I said, dealing with a criminal, and I mean the audacity of a criminal, because you are in a position that you have yet to be shown absolutely unworthy, having no business in, and placing you in the proper cage where you belong. That's exactly what that officer demonstrated. That's exactly what the environment is proof of. That's exactly what the venue has already been documented as, while you are stalking, doing so with the people of the state. All right, it is currently 8:14 p.m. That's exactly why law enforcement shall be subject to federal prison. Engaging in the P.O.C, threatening, using your position, engaging criminal summoning, monitoring with the demon-possessed people of the state. No, you're going to federal prison for that. 85797C3. Yeah. And it's currently 8:14 p.m. 5RZR158, molesting. 7KTJ489, molesting. Light activity at the Citibank. I got a demon using a large truck at Casa Barreto, that parking lot. Looks like Armada Trucking. That's a demon using a vehicle with light activity, stalking in the path with flashing light. Monitoring, this demon right here, this license plate is BM48E94. That's a paper plate. Citibank is used as a means of criminal conduct regardless of the hours that it is closed. This is documentation of that venue and it being documented as a place where facilitation of the pattern of conduct on behalf of the government is underway. License 7GJD318, 7VDL712, molesting. License 8LHT119, molesting. It is informative, though. You see the extent to which the demon-possessed population go while they are targeting you. Oh my gosh, are you recording? I don't want my conversation. The hoe is monitoring. It's all about me. That's what you need to understand. 76103Z1. The officer is monitoring. They are monitoring together. Their whole entire system is broken down. It's not a secret what you're doing and how you do it. It's entirely pathetic. It's entirely pathetic. 7FVU907. This is ALR752. This is the black and white Nevada plate. The minion that was molesting me with directed light, a demon manifesting light, and sitting in a vehicle with headlights on. The directed light is separate from the headlights. 7TIX279. And that entire iteration of that P.O.C. walking out, these demons are so pathetic. They were waiting for me to walk out just to engage in that. That's all. And just for me to document it. Just for me to document it. License 76103Z1. Everybody that's on payroll, arriving on the clock today, working at the Fontana Lewis Library, documented heavily engaging in terrorism and sexual violence, federal stalking, 78ZD202 on behalf of the state. Every single last one of them. They don't have to come into the computer lab. They're group stalking. It's a venue of ongoing surveillance on behalf of the state. Ongoing terrorism while those demons at the cafe are engaging in conduct on behalf of an entity, while those demons are engaging in ongoing surveillance sitting in that computer lab all around me, all of them engaging in an ongoing chorus of noise making while demons are monitoring everything that I'm doing as I'm doing it. Entirely sick. Satan is very, very sick. All right. And then engaging in what is arriving in front of to engage in communicating a threat while you listen to every word that I documented, that I uploaded about your behavior today. That's exactly what you did. And then you show up by law enforcement to communicate a threat. I will prosecute you and put you in federal prison for your threatening conduct. That's exactly what's going to happen. And that video is going to be, we're going to roll the tape and you're going to federal prison. It's as simple as that. It's currently 8:18 p.m. This is serving to protect the ordinary American citizen. Understand that. That's exactly how the entity is engaging in what is threatening you, harassing you, terrorizing you, kidnapping you. All right. That's exactly how they do it. All right. You're talking about what is the outward form for the presence. It's called criminal summoning. The entity is summoning itself. The people are the vicarious aspect of the entity. The people of the state are engaging in criminal summoning, and the police are already stalking. They're already in on, it's an entire hoax. All right, except that it's very real because it's serving to monitor and oppress and terrorize and harass. But you're already stalking. So you're talking about what is conduct that is done in concert. But for your knowledge of the pattern of conduct, you don't know that this is actually a setup. This is like an ambush. This is that which is a method of targeting conduct by law enforcement and the people together. That's what criminal summoning is. It's facilitation. License plate 8XLB005. Light activity at the village. The village at Sierra. You have Omnitrans that is crossing path. Let's see, leaving early. Oh, 8:20. There you go. Route 61. This is bus number 1328, license plate 1404972. Yeah. Monitoring, crossing path. Route 66, bus number 1364. And Omnitrans is always molesting. License plate of Route 66 is, as soon as they turn, they're sitting in the driveway, they're aiming light. This is directed light. They're being demons. Everything that they do with the bus as they do it. They're stalking, knowing that I'm coming. Understand that. License plate 1535754, and it's currently 8:20 p.m. You have what is the entity engaging in what is the pattern of conduct. If you understood the significance, actually, how profound what it is that I documented today. While I was kidnapped by the entity, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, I was in the Sheriff's Department vehicle, being molested with directed light, which is also the case while I'm on Omnitrans, a bus, which was Route 66 specifically, that deviated from its published route in order to cross path, engage in the very conduct that I'm documenting Omnitrans engaging in while I'm both on and off of their buses. They are stalking, they are engaged in state surveillance, using buses to do so, and this is exactly what they were engaging in, knowing exactly who I am, knowing exactly my state, the fact that I was kidnapped. You have what is Satan engaging in this demonic surveillance system while an ongoing kidnapping by an entity was underway, and the company Omnitrans was directly engaged in it, as I have shown you systematically through the documentation that that's exactly what Omnitrans is doing. And you have what is using Route 66 in particular to cross path, engage in state surveillance while I was subject to that kidnapping by the entity by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, who you saw crossing path while I was on Omnitrans, as opposed to being kidnapped by the Sheriff's Department. Omnitrans was crossing path while the kidnapping was underway. The Sheriff's Department, both of whom are monitoring together under both circumstances. Understand that. This is showing you what are both vantage points, what the entity was doing while it was engaging in an ongoing kidnapping by entity. Omnitrans was monitoring, engaging in stalking. Omnitrans knows exactly who I am. Omnitrans is just a method of identification. Omnitrans is filled with what are people. Okay, these are demon possessed people that are in the state of California working for a company, hiring, operating a company, and they're engaged in state surveillance, which is entirely satanic. Every single last one that rides the bus, everyone that works for that company, everyone that is present, it's the same uniform condition. And that is also established by the documentation, okay? Specifically documentation of Omnitrans as well, okay? So this is exactly what I captured this morning while the Sheriff's Department is crossing path, while I'm on third-party venue, Omnitrans. All right. So I captured this on video today while at the intersection of Etowanda Avenue and San Bernardino Avenue, while the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct, as is always the case. And this is the ongoing criminal conduct that Omnitrans was engaging in. And Omnitrans as a company is going to be prosecuted for what is engaging in kidnapping. How do you prosecute a company? First of all, they represent the people of the state. And second of all, you're going to reach into the company. The guises under which the state is acting behind names and brands and faces. You're going to reach into that. Audible activity creation occurring under the guise of a train, that has a real identity. You can reach down into a company and hold them accountable. And that's exactly what you're going to do. There will be no hiding behind any sense of anonymity. You're not hiding behind any sense of, it's too numerous. No, we're not doing that. The government is relying on that. And as a matter of justice, you're capable, as I'm showing you, what is not only demonic, it is entirely criminal. It's interstate stalking on behalf of a government. And it's fully capable of reaching into these methods of presence on behalf of a government and prosecute and mete out justice. And this company, Omnitrans, knowing who I am right now, that's fine. If I'm not here at 8:20 on the dot, I get that. But it's also relevant. This is the entity that's monitoring. They are stalking and monitoring me. And so that is what is also relevant while you're pulling off, albeit pulling off right on time. This is what they were doing under the fake sun at the Chino Transit Center. At 10 o'clock as I'm walking up, they're pulling off pursuant to what is a pattern of conduct, not based on their published schedule. Okay, they're stalking and monitoring and using what they have at their disposal, the very buses themselves and the transit line itself, to engage in what is not only the P.O.C. but also the P.O.C. for harassment. So that remains the case. That remains relevant as they are engaging in the P.O.C. This ongoing knowledge that is demonstrated through your criminal conduct of engaging in the P.O.C. Guess what? That's going to apply when you're remembering when you were crossing paths, when the kidnapping was on. You knew. You knew then. And you also knew based on what is the environment that remained. The fake sun, directed light. All right? And these demons were engaging in surveillance. And that's exactly what I captured today while the Sheriff's Department is crossing path while I'm on third-party facilitating video on MeTrans. I just wanted to point that out. Anyway, it's currently 8:25 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, demons stalking with audible activity, the amplification of noise as I begin to press the screen for this. I just want to document that. And molestation by Omnitrans. This is Route 312, the short bus, license 1590830. And while I'm reviewing the signs, the sign for this Route 61, the people are molesting with light, and that is attributed to what is Omnitrans as well. 1590830, molesting my person, not only while I'm reading their license plate, but the entity that they are monitoring with as the people of the state acting as one, repeatedly touching me with directed light. Their headlights are not spanning diagonally onto the property of the Fontana Metrolink train station while I'm over here, and they are driving in the street. This is the same conduct of the perpetual sex offender. They're demons that are manifesting light, and Omnitrans license 1590830 is a part of that same sex offense, engaging in what is touching while they're crossing path, and they remain, by the way, part of the same ongoing pattern of conduct that is underway by the state. It is currently 8:30 p.m. Alrighty, Route 14, it is 8:30 p.m. This is bus number 1322. They've been sitting around getting their molestation on as well. I'm being molested right now. I've got 3 shadows, 1370393. And the apartments, let's see, Village at Sierra, flashing light, and demons in front, across from what are the Plaza apartments on Sierra Avenue, which I will publish that address. I have those apartments stalking with hazard lights. They're monitoring with Omnitrans while I'm being molested with directed light. That's the demonic pattern of maintaining light around the perimeter with flashing lights. That's all Omnitrans is doing, by the way, on the Fontana Metrolink train station grounds. They're just doing it under the guise of a company name. Oh, I have hazards on because this is a bus that stopped at a bus stop. There is no form, it's P.O.C. It's 8:31 p.m. Alrighty, it's and Omnitrans is monitoring with that third party who's maintaining presence and with flashing light activity. It's 8:31 p.m. All right, monitoring with this demon is license plate 417-2382, and this one is license plate 90380J1. Monitoring with this demon that's creating flashing light at across from Village at Sierra. And these other apartments, I think they're called Plaza at Sierra, something similar to that, but they are at Sierra. There's gardens at Sierra. This is the naming theme that they have over here. It's federal group stalking and monitoring demons at Sierra. That's really what it is. It's 8:32 p.m. I'm getting the license plate that those third parties are crossing path while this demon is maintaining presence with flashing light. The conduct is the same on the property of Village at Sierra. They have flashing light in front of the door, above the entrance of the Village at Sierra property. All right, that's light activity while demons are patrolling. License 8GBK814. Monitoring with this third party that's engaged in massive facilitation. License, monitoring with this third party, 5JDH020. And they are parked at what is the law office of 8689, the Plaza. They aiming this demon with their hazard lights on. And this is license plate 8NKF011, monitoring with this demon who abandons their vehicle, leaves the hazard lights on. It's, divorce for $650, child custody for $550. Legal services centers, they're engaged in massive facilitation with a paper plate on their vehicle that they left for light activity. License CB78U86, that's a paper plate. And the VIN number is KNDJ23AU3N71812007, expires June 3rd, 2022. This is, again, a legal services centers. They're engaged in P.O.C. They are located right here at the venue of the plaza at Sierra. Legal services centers, their offices right here, and they're left their vehicle parked in the red with the with the hazard lights on at 8689 Sierra Avenue. P.O.C. It's massive facilitation. Minions just patrolling up and down the street and monitoring with them. Hey! That's my shit. That's mine. What? No, don't touch my shit. This is a third party who's stalking and who is taking my property. They're stalking, so it's not anonymous, all right? So I want to document that. It's P.O.C. It's currently 8:34 p.m. and I need to document, excuse the language, but I'm dealing with Satan. 8YPH485, monitoring. And this is the entity that is stalking and monitoring. And while I go document another third party, their entity acting together, okay, you have this other third party who is stalking, all right? This is the ongoing entity that acts as one. And so that's amplified audible activity. The entity was doing the same thing at the museum, by the way. And I would document that also outside of the 630 North Fern. And also, not only is that a pattern, but it's also speaking to what is the specific environment that it occurs in, directed light. Also a method of what is hostility while demons are monitoring documentation. You're talking about Satan that just doesn't like the fact that I'm documenting and prosecuting it. Anyway, the entity engaging in what is stalking, this is not a stranger who does not know whose property it is. Okay? This is the P.O.C. that's underway while my property is being touched by another. So I just want to point that out. It is currently 8:36 p.m. and so that's why I had to address that third party, excuse the language. But that's what you're dealing with. That is legal services. Again, at that law office, that plaza, not only do they have a facilitating venue right there, that's massive facilitation. Massive facilitation. And they have a venue that's inside of that plaza as well, where they kept their vehicle in the red, and there's ample parking. They could have parked. But even if they had parking, for example, like I said, it doesn't change. All right, but I'm just speaking to, you're clearly you're stalking. That's all you're doing. You're engaged in facilitation. But even if they would have parked, for example, all right, you're talking about what is doing the same conduct with parking in a spot and turning your hazards on. It's light activity creation. It's the pattern in the specific environment. 8SFN 911. And these minions are out here monitoring as well. Over here on, I think this is Nuevo. 7HJY96L. 964. I thought that was an L. 8T38630. 7XBT618. This is Nuevo, I think. I documented them before. Nuevo is a street. These minions are out here molesting while third parties are, such as legal services, using their vehicle with a paper plate on it with hazard lights on it. 8DUE. Oh, that's the one who comes around. Legal services comes down the block to touch. That's fine. I'm going to touch them with a federal prosecution. License 8DUE568. That's a stalker who's engaging in facilitation, knows that they've been documented, and comes around to engage in a molestation. That's a predator, by the way, a violent sex offender. That's what that demonstrates. 5SWX024. 6NOG727. 6DXJ174. 5JWH301, and it's currently 8:38 p.m. And Legal Services Inc. driving the Kia. Oh, well, not, they weren't even driving it. They're driving it now while they come about to touch me some more while they're monitoring documentation. 7VOC465, 8NQH101. They are doing so on behalf of the state. The state is a sex offender. Understand that? These demons are manifesting light and touching with light, and it is also a show of hostility. All right, 8NQH101, harassment via directed light. 8BEY750. 8YZH494. 8BEY750. 5WJJ346. 7WAB786. 8CDS471. 8LOM254. 7JDM750. 2UIW377, 4WKT757, 4WGP049, 8HOU566, 8KEW 802, 6SPX 343, DT 197 handicap, 7UNX 241, 6SEA 325, 8PND 059, 8TCM 591. This is Village at Sierra, a facilitating venue. Monitoring with legal services, who's creating facilitating light conduct and coming around and molesting. Village at Sierra is directing, well, they are molesting as well, but they're monitoring to that ongoing molestation. It is facilitation of monitoring. 7EOB 876, JGOOD 47, 4JPU 498, 8VWW 955. 6BWG 358, in case I did not read that one already. The 8EVF 199, 5TYW 093, 8SDK 564, 8SDK 566. That is bus 1302 14916. Can't see the rest of it, but that's Omnitrans just crossing path with an out of service bus. Okay, because they're stalking. They're using any bus, taking off the signage because there's no just taking off the signage and they're crossing path. Even if it was something that was on schedule, Route 15, they're crossing path. They're stalking right now while I'm walking down the street. So you need to understand it's currently 8:41 p.m. And they did it with a bus that says no, not in service, bus 1302. I think I read that one already. I think I read that one already. Alrighty, and it is 8:41 p.m. 8SFN 911, YZ33D99, 6GVD 322. The entity that's engaging in an attempted theft of my property, this is the same entity that, again, is stalking and monitoring and stole my vehicle. That was theft. The demon-possessed agency of law enforcement were stalking, know exactly who I am, engaging in what is monitoring and harassment with the people of the state acting via bill and wags. This is already published a long time ago. This is the entity that stole my vehicle. This is the entity that stole my property, as I documented on November 18, 2021, I believe it was. License plate 7K PD 432. This is the entity that, again, as you see, as I document, the entity stalking by helicopter, the entity stalking by the people of the state who are sitting around where it is I sleep. As you see last night, while the entity is engaged in sleeping at the museum, they're stalking. This is not homelessness. This is stalking by any means the people of the state, the demon-possessed, who are stalking as a people. And this same entity engaged in theft of my property on more than one occasion. This is not anonymous criminal activity. It's very specific. It's relevant to the P.O.C. And these are demons that engaged in that. And that is relevant to the prosecution. That is within the fact pattern as well. I just want to remind you of that. In the same way that this demon that is stalking and you are monitoring on behalf of the state, you're not engaging in what is any ignorance. It is relevant to what is terrorism and harassment while you are stealing property. That belongs to the target individual. License of this sex offender, 8EOH538, group stalking at the Fontana Metro train station and molesting. It's 8:43 p.m. as they engage in that. And Route 82 is engaging in that sexual violence too. They're present, arriving, maintaining light around the perimeter with these minions who are here on the grounds, monitoring with communication devices. It is 8:43 p.m. But I just wanted to document that. That's what I already documented that before, but I just want to bring that up afresh. That's already documented that the entity is a thief. That this is relevant to what is the same criminals of law enforcement that engaged in theft of property. That's what the the legal case that I brought against. Understand that was a case against the people of the state, Bill and Wags. Okay, that was the pattern of conduct underway and obstruction of justice via theft of property. And then the state facilitating venue, that is the same venue where the entity is engaged in the P.O.C, then engages in what is the use of their position to unlawfully deny legal relief. All right, this is how the entity stole property, followed up by what is the criminal conduct of the actual court. A venue, it's nothing but a venue. All right, the pattern of conduct underway. And the denial of legal relief, which is exactly what you're going to expect from what are demons of the court. All right, they're engaged in the pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring. This is documented already. This is the same entity that engaged in those criminal acts that are already documented. So I just want to be clear. Theft of property is not new. This is what the entity has engaged in before. They are stealing from one whom they are monitoring. That's relevant to the ways in which this entity, the people of the state and the government, is going to be prosecuted. It's 8:45 p.m. Omnitrans entering Fontana Metrolink train station at 8:46 with an out of service bus for engagement in the elements. Bus 1362. They're crossing path and molesting with directed light. Just driving through the property, just crossing path. 1535707. Just group stalking. These minions are out here monitoring. It is currently 8:46 p.m. These are demons. All right, the minions who I just documented engaging in molestation. All right, they're acting together, hanging outside of the venues of Nuevo. Omnitrans is doing the exact same thing that Legal Services Inc. was doing. Route 82 sitting over here at the perimeter, flashing light. Not different, but I also want to document what is molestation. All right, so I walked through, read those license plates, that same entity molesting with light while I'm sitting on the, I'm not sitting while I'm standing on the ground for Fontana Metrolink train station. I just want to document that. It's 8:48 p.m. Route 66 arriving and Route 82 taking off, making sure one demon there to replace another. Omnitrans crosses path, been engaged in ongoing facilitation and molestation, license 1545838, bus 2359. And Route 66 is en route to the Metrolink train station. They're engaged in maintenance of presence, maintenance of light activity in concert with the minions who are on the property and surrounding the property. It's 8:51 p.m. All right, Route 66. That is molesting 1545907. And yeah, that's the bus 2366. This is a demon using a skateboard, crossing path in directed light, monitoring with Omnitrans. Omnitrans just happens to be a company. This is demonic activity. All right, and this is a demon that's skateboarding in directed light, having multiple shadows, crossing path. It's facilitation, while the rest of these minions are also monitoring with communication devices. Alrighty, this old white man with the white hair, monitoring with the people who I captured images of. They're monitoring together. You can see them, most of them sitting in the back of the bus. This is license 1545907, bus 2363. That minion waits, that is driving, he waits until I engage in change of activity on my phone to engage in driving off, which is activity creation. That's a demon waiting to engage in the act of stalking with activity. So they just sit there. They just sit there and wait. And then the moment that my camera changes function, my phone changes function, I'm like bending down, I'm engaged in a change of activity, then he pulls off. That's relevant to what is the stalking with activity conduct. It is occurring in what is the specific environment. It is the P.O.C. It's the pattern of conduct by the people who are of a specific condition engaging in that ongoing constant stalking with activity conduct while this abnormal light remains at all times, all right? It is currently 8:56 p.m. at Fontana Metrolink train station. And that was Route 66 pulling off. Amplified audible activity, in directed light. Route 61 has arrived. He's monitoring. License 1370396, bus 1325. And he's monitoring with what is then Metrolink, another means of audible activity in directed light. And by he, I mean this is the, looks like a Latino male, bald-headed, and is present on Route 61, communication device in operation while activity is ongoing. This is the pattern of conduct that Omnitrans, an employee that pulls up in Route 61, bus 1325, is engaging in. It's 8:59 p.m. Metrolink creating audible activity at what's 8:59 p.m. And in the video that I captured of Fontana Police, on Metrolink was creating audible activity. So that is a timestamp as well. What is so demented is that literally bodies of companies are stalking. That's what's so crazy. But it's the government. Understand? It's through the people of the state. I've given what is the construct, how you prosecute it. But you just break it down. You're talking about companies are utilizing their resources to engage in stalking me. This is literally what they're doing. That's what Metrolink is doing. They're just waiting. They engage in what is stalking with activity conduct while they're listening to me document it. And if they can try to, but you're not contradicting it. You're in the environment, first of all, you're monitoring. But try in any way that they can, and whatever nuance they can, try to contradict what it is that I'm stating that they routinely do. The same exact pattern of conduct. But they're stalking. They're just sitting around. And they just wait to stalk with activity. And that's crazy. That's terrorism. The ordinary target individual realizing that an entire people is honed in and focused on you like that. It's entirely of Satan. And it is the reality of what this entity is engaged in. This minion is a bald-headed Latino male. He looks to be about in his late 40s, perhaps 50s, early 50s. He's peeling an orange. He's doing so on surveillance cameras of bus number 1325. He's engaged in monitoring. And he's been studying his communication device. That's what he's doing. He's monitoring. It's criminal conduct. It's 9:01 p.m. It's 9:02 p.m. 9:04 p.m. It's 9:05 p.m. Molestation with what is light that's just appearing across the sidewalk. It's not headlights. It's not occurring while this minion is putting his bike up. This is the demon. And Metrolink is the audible activity while that demonic activity is underway. All right, this is impossible light that just manifested right now. I'll show you this demon. And it is 9:06 p.m. and monitoring with Metrolink is Route 82. Engaging this demonic conduct with this minion, license 1545799. And again, while you hear Metrolink, first of all, you cannot hear that train while I'm at the Fontana Metrolink train station inside of the Fontana Lewis Library. You cannot hear it in the computer lab. You cannot hear it in the Great Hall. You cannot hear it anywhere inside of the library, nor can you hear it while you're standing outside on the property. That's called amplified audible activity. And as loud as the demon possessed are amplifying audible activity, the natural acoustics are not going to be so loud so as to be heard inside of the building of the Fontana Lewis Library, which is more than 3 blocks up Sierra Avenue. But it's not too far for what is a very short relative presence, distance with regard to what is the fake sun, though. All right, but that environment is directly probative with regard to that amplified audible activity of a company engaging in what's demonic, Metrolink. All right, and also Metrolink is creating this audible activity, is loitering in relevant position, creating light activity, facilitation, while demons are engaging in manifesting light over here while I'm just sitting on the bench, just light just coming out of nowhere, and we have a demon putting his bike on the top of the bus while that light activity is coexisting. This is a demon, and I captured that image. This is what the people of the state engage in. It's the same conduct while demons are driving by and lights just swiping across buildings. Casa Barreto, for example, while demons are driving by and light is hitting the inside of the Fontana Lewis Library while they are driving on Sierra Avenue. Those are demons, and this is a demonic activity that Metrolink is engaged in. All right, it's currently 9:08 p.m. and Metrolink, as I captured in an image, is going eastbound from this Fontana Metrolink train station, and that is audible activity that I am surrounded by while the Fontana police are monitoring in this video, which is a documentation of what is criminal summoning. That's a terrorizing threat, and it's harassment by an entity that's engaged in federal stalking. That is also posing an impermissible threat, having been monitoring my documentation about their behavior all day long and about what is the documentation that I gathered en route to this venue and that I have already gathered about them as you're looking at what is the big picture. It's not just that I got the fake sun at 8:56 a.m. It's that I already got it at 6:09 p.m. inside of that library that's right there in the same parking lot. All right, that's where that demon, that's the Fontana police, is stalking. All right, a demon that is stalking, just like this demon right over here to my right, manifesting light, like this demon sitting on this bus with his bald head eating an orange, stalking on a bus, monitoring under the company name of Omnitrans, as Metrolink is monitoring under the company name and doing so while facilitating that criminal activity. It's currently 9:09 p.m. And that is the P.O.C. as I remain at the Fontana Metrolink train station. This big nose fool right here that is sitting on the bus monitoring the entire time. This is the conduct of Satan. This demon that's sitting on the inside of the bus is monitoring with this demon that's standing outside. And Mariposa pulling up right now. Now understand, Mariposa is already stalking. They immediately pull up with light activity as I take a picture of this demon. Mariposa's license plate is 62730T2. Mariposa is molesting, and these are demons. Drove up on the grass immediately as I take a picture. That's called stalking with activity. That's called stalking, waiting to engage in what is present. This is what the people of the state engage in. Heavy duty hovering stalking conduct. Want to be clear. It is currently 9:10 p.m. where they're driving up on the grass of the Fontana Metrolink train station. As I take a picture of this big nose minion on the bus of Omnitrans, they're monitoring together. The minion's sitting with his bike rack, they're monitoring together. Okay, it is 9:10 p.m. and this is the same Mariposa company that was group stalking outside the Fontana Lewis Library as I captured the fake sun right over my head coming from Ontario, and it's over what is again another portion of the library, not the entrance. It's right over my head at the parking garage. And as I capture Mariposa group stalking, I'm capturing the city of Fontana, and I'm also capturing what is just an inexplicable patch of light in front of me in that parking lot while the fake sun is over my head. That's the Mariposa company that engaged in crossing path coming from the opposite side of this bus. They were already there stalking, and they immediately drive onto the sidewalk and into the grass in order to touch with light. A demon stalking with light activity in the same way that Legal Services Incorporation was doing. That's exactly what they're doing. This is the demonic creation. This is demonic with regard to that stalking with conduct. While you're engaged in heavy duty hovering stalking activity, that's how you engage in such abrupt creation of activity, because you're stalking. You're already ready in position to engage in activity creation.
Route.
All right, it's 9:11 p.m.
Airport Terminal, Pomona.
Federal law requires masks on board, and it stops. No mask, no ride.
And Mariposa is monitoring with this minion who's on the bus. The minion that's on the bus gets off of the bus, which creates activity, turns the lights on. He crosses path in direct light. He goes into the bathroom, maintaining relevant positioning, and another bus crosses path. This is concerted conduct. They're monitoring surrounding with communication devices, while Mariposa is group stalking in the walkway. I'm showing you what is group stalking conduct. You got a demon that comes out the blue, walks right by. They've got 3 shadows. You got a demon that's behind me, maintaining presence behind. The demon that was on the bus goes into the bathroom and does so at the same time that a bus is crossing path. And Mariposa is now maintaining presence with it, which is light activity, flashing lights on this vehicle. Right? This is what Omnitrans is doing. Mariposa immediately arrives in order to engage in new activity creation as I take a picture. That's what that was, stalking with activity. This is terrorism by a demon-possessed entity. All right, this is what the people of the state go to federal prison for while they engaged in criminal summoning today. And these are demons that engage in this level of stalking. That's exactly why you'll be going to federal prison. The police that engage in criminal summoning, that's why they're going to federal prison. And these minions over here with Mariposa, I suspect they're not natural-born citizens. They get deported. They're engaged in criminal conduct on behalf of what is a company, Mariposa. And let me remind you about Mariposa. Their license number is 592268. And not the license plate. That's the license number of the business. And the license plate again is 62730T2. What is that?
What's up?
What is that?
What happened?
Did I say something happened?
Yeah, picture.
Huh?
Yeah, picture of the truck. Or what?
Yeah. What happened? Are you cleaning?
Yes.
Oh, it smells like piss. You guys usually clean at 9:13 at night?
It's clean business.
Oh, okay. That's P.O.C. I'm documenting Mariposa. They can clean whatever they want. Those are demons that's what they do. They engage in the pattern of conduct, and they hurried up and pulled up, and he's asking questions while I'm documenting him. So, and I didn't say anything to him, and I don't have to say anything to him. But like I said, you got the Mariposa truck, and this is also a psychopath that knows what I'm doing. He knows he's being documented. And he knows that I know that he's stalking. He's monitoring. But like I said, entertaining what is nonsense. What's up? What's up? I'm documenting you. That's what's up, minion. And this is hardcore stalking. You got one minion as I take a picture. Another minion shows up as I turn around to change function and catch another. You got another minion that shows up. That's exactly what Mariposa did. All right, pulling up out the blue and now maintaining light activity at the men's restroom. Okay, this is P.O.C. It's 9:14 p.m. Route 66 is 1399982. Molesting. Alrighty. Also engaging in terrorism. This is license plate. Bus 1281. Route 19. This is license plate 14200026. This is indeed terrorism. While you're listening to all these are strange men they're demons also. That's a matter of discernment, though. These are the demon possession. These are a bunch of strange men. These are minions using companies. These are minions in their own vehicles. These are minions that are coming out of their wherever it is that they live. These are minions that are using, first of all, a train. These are minions of law enforcement that are engaging in what is very heavy duty stalking. And as I'm rattling it down to you, what one minion after another minion is doing, based on what they're following me, not only following me physically, this is group stalking in the path, but following what I do as I do. That's as I do it. That's what Mariposa did. This is documentation of terrorism. Okay, that is speaking to the very serious prosecution and penalties for this system, because it's not in any way it's not light. Well, of course it's not light when the government is placing you under surveillance, but this is speaking to what is a very serious and hovering conduct by a specific condition. This is demonic, all right, and it's demented in and of itself. And this is an obsession with regard to this stalking conduct. It is definitely probative of what is obsessive stalking activity by a people that is relentless. That relentless conduct, as I'm documenting it, one minion after another, and I'm just rattling off what they're doing, one after another, using whatever means that they have. It's not only the identification of what our companies to be, and it's not just the specific companies. Let me be clear. This is a template for how you're going to treat the people of the state. Those using their companies' businesses, using instrumentalities of their businesses to engage in what is an entirely demented and a terrorizing pattern of conduct on behalf of the state, that is relevant to what is both civil and criminal proceedings, okay? And this is the conduct of the people of the state on behalf of the government. It is terrorizing while the government is stalking by helicopter. It is terrorizing while the government is stalking by law enforcement, all right? And this is stalking conduct that they are engaging in all together, demonstrating the same condition in the same exact environment, one that is entirely unnatural. All right, this is the same Fontana Metrolink train station where the documented presence of a light source that's not possibly the sun in a vast duration of time. You're talking about what is in excess of 8 hours, okay? As I arrived here this morning during the 8 o'clock hour, as late as what is 6 p.m. still. So it's currently 9:18 p.m. Alrighty, this is documentation of what is nonetheless nothing less than terrorism as I remain at the Fontana Metrolink train station and surrounded by, at that moment as I'm documenting it, this is a bunch of strange men who are stalking together using both company brands and just maintaining presence, group stalking at the venue, period, in this specific environment. This is the pattern of conduct, and this is group stalking by absolute strangers, and this is terrorism while an entity engages in that. And all I'm doing is documenting and showing you what are also demons, because that's their condition. This is demon possession. This is demonic activity while a bunch of strange men are stalking together and together in that specific environment, and that is what links them all together. They're in a very specific environment. They're present on behalf of the same public entity whose pattern of conduct is already established, and they are also engaged in this obsessive stalking conduct while they are together monitoring documentation. All right, that obsession shown by a company going by the name of Mariposa right now, shown by the name of a company going by the name of Metrolink and by a name of Omnitrans. Okay, that's terrorizing while stalkers are absolute strangers to you. All right, 8CMZ339, and that is not a matter of let me see, 813961. That is not a matter of what is any sort of debate. This is the pattern of conduct, which is very, very terrorizing criminal activity by a government. You are supposed to remain ignorant, I surmise, but even upon becoming aware of it, you're talking about what is the pattern of conduct which seeks to engage in what is criminal defamation. That's the P.O.C. And it is so unfathomable, but it is a matter of it is entirely unjust to engage in what is criminal defamation, which is the entity's P.O.C. While it's engaged in this pattern of conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring. So like I said, license 8SDA283. Like I said, with regard to the conduct that the entity is engaging in, it is inherently that which is terrorizing to its core, okay? And I'm just looking at these freaks, and these are demons, and I'm looking at them, and I'm documenting them, and this is conduct that the ordinary target individual has every right to not only enforce, but you're talking about what is very serious with regard to what is legislation and the attitude of law toward this conduct by a government. This is what the people of the state are doing. They're doing the bidding of a government that has no business placing you under surveillance anyway. This is occurring under what is the fallacy of free society, and you're actually not. You're not. The people of the state are those who live around you, work around you, wherever they're doing it around you. We are amongst each other, and you are placed under surveillance, and it's not them doing it, just a group of them, of weirdos. It's a government system. 465 GC handicap. All right, and so this is the terrorism that people that are of a specific condition, moreover, are engaging in, and this is documented as a matter of companies draining the pockets of those companies that don't even deserve to exist, personally speaking. Those that are intended to be dismantled by such a prosecution and civil proceedings. It is that which is criminal activity on behalf of a government, and so it is warranted in every regard to that end. It's currently 9:23 p.m. and we document these license plates: 465 GC handicap, and this one is, let's see, 8 PSH 609. All right, the minion that was engaging in stalking, he was maintaining relevant positioning behind me as I was at the Fontana Mentoring train station coming out of the blue. All right, in the same way that Mariposa did, driving from the opposite side that I couldn't see because the bus is sitting at the curb while I'm sitting on the bench. And so you have what is cutting through the, to drive on the wrong side of the street is what Mariposa did. I took a picture of them. They are not coming from the they are driving onto the driveway across the sidewalk in order to immediately cross path. That is alarming conduct, and it's pursuant to a pattern, all right, of stalking with activity. It's just alarming as strangers are engaging in the pattern of conduct continuously everywhere that you're going. And this is how you're understanding what is terrorism. And what that terrorism looks like, how it's played out, and it is also that which is demonic, all right, at its core. It's 9:24 p.m. and the people of the state, every single last one, is to be prosecuted for this, and that is also a matter of justice. That no person that is acting on behalf of a government, which the government is relying on the people of the state, is in any way going to escape what is a prosecution, which is a matter of justice, while the same government is utilizing them, whether you are in Northern California or not. All right, it's a government system in the state of California. The people of the state are the people of the state, engaging and ready. In other words, those in Northern California are nothing but sleepers, part of the same criminal system. 7 PEH 027, monitoring on behalf of the government on an ongoing basis. All right, so it's 9:25 p.m. and this is P.O.C. Turning onto Marigold right now. EMH 441 6UYL 768. Citrus and San Bernardino Avenue. 15737 San Bernardino Avenue. Group stalking, maintaining presence, using their venue as well, actually it's not even necessarily their venue, documenting the people of the state at that address, where a minion is stalking in the path with light facilitation while I'm on the bus. It is currently 9:31 p.m. and that is San Bernardino Avenue in Fontana, California, by the way.
Cherry Avenue.
7AXJ 786, in case I did not write that one already. It's 9:35 p.m. at Cherry Avenue on San Bernardino Avenue. $14529 Sammy's 4 Market, Liquor Market. Stalking in the path of light activity at that property, 7DAY 684. This is where Kenworth, the truck, sells 4YWY 799, I believe. The Kenworth Inland, this is a truck dealership, I believe. And this is the Sammy's that's across the street. Large truck is using its hazards on that property. This is what Legal Services Incorporation was doing. This is what I'm 8XER270. 8VRN820. Touching, molesting with light. Going, it's 9:40 p.m. We are still on San Bernardino Avenue.
Westbound.
BN22E80 paper. See, 8HSV557 touching me with directed light while I'm on the bus. It's a sex offender. It's a demon. We're at, on 4th Street, approaching Ontario Mills. Krispy Kreme donuts, crossing paths with a commercial vehicle, and also obviously, well, for those of you who know Ontario Mills, Krispy Kreme has a venue on the grounds over here. Demon stalking in the parking lot of Regal IMAX. That's a facilitating venue. Sitting at the last row, the row adjacent to the street, in order to aim light into the street. Doing so on the grounds of Regal IMAX. Let's see. It is 9:43 p.m. ZQW129. License 8TPA212, 8HSV, I read them. 8HSV557, I read that. That's fine. It's 9:45 p.m. 7TTR270. Molesting at the Ontario Mills. And this Ontario Mills, again, the McDonald's. This is a venue where the people are engaging in pacing. These are demons that are pacing in and out of that driveway. They all are, but it's demonic activity, and you see it very vividly clear as they pace in and out into the ingress and egress of the driveway. Directed light across the Vietnamese bone and broth. Their headlights is not what is this rich concentrated light that's swiping across the building. It's the directed light conduct that demons are engaging in while they are group stalking at what is a also documented venue, McDonald's, a facilitating venue where federal group stalking and monitoring is underway, as opposed to making Big Macs and French fries, which is otherwise ordinary conduct. This is criminal conduct and demonic activity at the Ontario Mills, and that's in alignment and relevant position to where I am on the bus at the Ontario Mills bus stop, and demons engaging in what is that conduct as an entity at that venue, which is again currently 9:53 p.m. and that venue whose license plate I recited is engaged in that molestation and that terrorism. All right, it is 9:53 p.m. 8MAL847. License 411 WPK, that's out of state. And it's 9:57 p.m. 29729C1. 10:03 p.m. We're at the Ontario Airport. Let's see. 8ANK, I can't see that. 8UUZ668, 7SNG155. Stalking with light activity, flashing hazards at the airport. It's the same P.O.C. 8XQG950, 8NDS979. Another minion using their hazard lights. Another minion using their hazard lights. 6LHS219. This is group stalking with light activity. CB6E. I can't really see that one. Let's see. This is the same venue where, again, you're going to remember the pattern of kind of directed light, a fake sun, and the directed light remains at nightfall. All right. This is P.O.C. 8WDX. Can't really see the rest. XHM901. NKV773. What is directed light that's on the bus. That is documentation of the entire venue. That is the Ontario Airport. That is no exception. It's a facilitating venue. State surveillance is underway where the demon-possessed, the Ontario police, are stalking in the path of light. It's called criminal summoning. It is currently 10:07 p.m. We do exit out of Terminal 4. That's where Ontario police are engaging in what is demonic conduct, which is criminal surveillance at Terminal 4 at 10:07 p.m. Monitoring, and they are doing so in a white pickup truck and a regular black and white SUV vehicle. They're doing so. I just captured video. What you're looking at is impossible light activity. This is directed light. This is big to surveillance, and those are demons that are in the position of what is law enforcement, engaging in the pattern of conduct while they're monitoring documentation. License 7VRU386 is monitoring as well. That's why I'm surrounded with engineered light on the bus. 6WTU060-19274J3. These are all demons while you're looking at this absolutely impossible and unnatural light. It is incongruent with the structure of the bus. It is impossible to occur from any street lamps along the road. It is going in the opposite direction of what are the street lamps while they remain stationary, and the bus is driving forward. The light is going forward in the same direction that the bus is moving forward. All right, it is absolutely impossible. It's demonic conduct, and this is facilitation by law enforcement who are engaging in an impermissible threat while they're monitoring. All right, that's the significance of that environment, and the reason why it is occurring is because surveillance with communication devices is underway at what is, no exception, the heavily documented Ontario Airport. It is 10:09 p.m. VRU386, in case I didn't read that one. 65F1. The ice cream man's engaged in surveillance. But so is your mailman.
Stop requested. If possible, please use reader.
Alrighty, no employee number showing on that Latino male with the bald head. Route 61 plus 1325, license 1370396, engaged in the P.O.C. And monitoring and threatening with law enforcement, Ontario Police at the Ontario Airport, as I documented. And by the way, that's just law enforcement that visibly appeared. All right, they are visibly present at the B&G Plaza as well. It's currently 10:16 p.m. This is criminal summoning Ontario Police is engaging in at the B&G Plaza. This is the same exact pattern of conduct, the same B&G Plaza where the fake sun is present at 8 o'clock in the morning and at what is 4 o'clock in the evening. This is surveillance that's underway, and they are stalking in the path with this minion working with Omnitrans while I'm on the bus. You see that directed light that's in the middle of the bus. Those are demons of the Ontario Airport, at the Ontario Airport, yeah, but the Ontario Police Department who are group stalking, using all of their expenditures, all their resources, stalking little old me. And by the way, that's all that's underway under what is a fake sun, which is heavily documented at the B&G Plaza at literally all hours of the day. And in addition to what is not only directed light, but the entity stalking conduct. When the entity is stalking by helicopter, the entity is stalking by law enforcement. Ontario Police are already certified as established as engaging in that P.O.C, which is not an exception. This is speaking to their conduct is so heavily documented. It is that which is speaking to what's going to be a template for how you treat law enforcement. They illustrate very vividly the threat that the demon-possessed population in these positions present, and the criminal conduct that you can expect from such a population. And it is at what is a heavily documented venue of Andy's Burgers as well. All right, all of this is P.O.C, and there's nothing mysterious about it. It is light activity creation. It's relevant positioning. It's indirected light. You have what is the pattern of conduct, that environment that's also on the bus. Okay, it is 10:18 p.m. I do want to document on my podcast. This is vehicle number 1895, Ontario Police license 154746. License plate 1591668, vehicle 1020. License 1532796, vehicle 1889. License 1582423, vehicle 10004. License 1614355, vehicle 1046. License 1532799, vehicle 1888. You have what is relevant positioning by Ontario Police who are maintaining presence, sitting around they're standing around in the parking lot, engaging in what is heavy presence. This is characteristic, by the way, of the pattern of conduct. The entity engages in what is an exaggerated presence while they are engaging in demonic conduct. And by the way, demons act in packs. It is activity creation, and this is an iteration of criminal summoning. All right, third parties are engaging in the pattern of conduct, loitering in the parking lot. This African-American male, license plate monitoring, engaged in monitoring with the state, license 8XZG120. License, these are demons stalking with light. These demons have multiple shadows. License 8SPY513. Let's see. I think I read that license plate already. 8XMM358, and monitoring at Center Ice Arena, a demon manifesting light reaching all the way across the street into this parking lot. This is Andy's Burgers engaging in the same criminal activity that it's always engaging in, now doing it with police, that's all. And the police engage in the pattern of conduct while they are seemingly engaged in some sort of something related to their job. They're wearing police uniforms, and they're demons that are engaged in surveillance. 5XBX732, and they're demons that engage in what is threatening while they are stalking you in concert with the people. 42819Y1, 8TTG211, 4KLW307. License 67775W1, and molesting is the African-American male who's been engaged in surveillance monitoring with OPD, sitting in the parking lot. License, and he comes and molests as I take a picture, 6ZXV009, and he is monitoring with Ontario Police. Just want to be clear. That's why he's sitting around engaging in what is presence in that specific environment, and it is massive light activity creation while those demons are actually manifesting light. It's red and blue directed light. All right. This is the same heavily documented venue of Andy's Burgers where I've captured the fake sun directly over me, directed light inside of that restaurant. There is no difference right now. This is P.O.C. And this is speaking to what is an impermissible threat, and this is to the demise of that own entity. Of that entity, while they're engaging in what is this is a threat, but this is the entity that engages in audacious conduct while they monitor and do so with the people. I want to be clear. 8 FCW 809. These are demons who are stalking. They have what are over 9 cars in order to search a vehicle. This is what they're doing while they're stalking with light. They've got 9 vehicles in the parking lot. And again, that's the vehicle that they are examining while they are manifesting light. They're demons that are stalking with light. It's license 8 FCW 809. They're engaged in criminal summoning together. It is currently 10:24 p.m. They are engaging in what is conduct in that specific environment. Directed light is present, and these are demons that are stalking in the path with flashlights. It's a demon. All right, stalking in the path. You got a whole pack of them just to search a car. They're demons that are monitoring. All right. They are the same demons that are present in what is the venue that is the fake sun during the day, directed light at night, directed light during the day as well. This is the same exact POC. There is no pause or break in it. And it's even more punctuated while I go to Fontana and show you what is the grand departure from keeping a fake sun over B&G Plaza all day long. It is remaining over me in Fontana because they're engaged in surveillance in Ontario. That's why that fake sun is documented. So these are demons that are of the Ontario Police Department. I'm documenting what is that demonic method of the pattern of conduct, stalking with light, and then you have what is the over-exaggerated police presence to search a car, which is what they're doing. They are, and again, this is the conduct that you're looking at in the flesh and blood. These are demons who are stalking in the path, okay? Alrighty, I just want to make sure I capture that. I'm capturing what is the images of these demons who are monitoring, and this is the impermissible threat. That's what the Ontario police are engaging in, and it is pathetic. They are engaged in this very stalking activity that they're doing openly. This is what they are doing on a ceaseless basis while they listen to me sleep. They listen to me pull my panties down. They are monitoring me while I am sleeping outdoors, sleeping in a car, sleeping in my own home, wherever it is that I happen to be at, in a hotel room, excuse me. The entity is engaging in ongoing obsessive stalking, and then doing it with the demon-possessed people of the state who are no form whatsoever. The demons of law enforcement have been revealed as what they are and what they're doing, and the people of the state, the same demons who cross path while directed light is swiping across Casa Barreto, which is a heavily documented pattern of conduct at this very B&G Plaza. All right, and this demon whose image I just captured, the Ontario police at 10:26 p.m., he indeed has a shadow in front of him and a shadow behind him while he is pacing around on a communication device. He is engaged in interstate stalking. This is analyzed as what is that impermissible threat, while these stalkers are maintaining presence while I'm going to the Ontario Museum. And this is what is so demented and pathetic at the same time, because what they are doing is about me. They're monitoring while they are outwardly wearing police uniforms in police cars, okay, looking like they're doing, well, they don't even look like they're doing anything. They're holding up flashlights, being demons. This is what Satan is doing, holding on to a flashlight. It's entirely demonic. All right, but they want to appear as though they're focused on searching a car, 9 cars deep to search a car, okay, while they're standing around for the most part, which is what I capture in my images, and they are pacing back and forth. Alrighty, I just want to capture, I want to fully document this entire venue. Presence, go. All right, and this minion who you see, this is license plate 1582423 that he gets into. He's pacing back and forth, and he's got shadows in front and behind him while he's doing so. He's maintaining presence and operation of a communication device. What I'm doing is I'm documenting the pattern of conduct by Ontario police who are acting directly right now. This is the same entity that's monitoring while the state is flying in excess of 5 to 6 times for a series of hours, but that's just what I captured just the other day. The entity that's stalking by helicopter, that the pattern of conduct is underway right now. And so this is what I mean by what is delusional. And this is what I mean by what is engaging in conduct that's going to result in a vast amount of the entity that is going to federal prison. And this is policy that is going to apply uniformly. So you can have 25 law officers engage in posing an impermissible threat while they listen to me document and listen to me legislate what is demonic activity, and all 25 that are documented will go to federal prison. This is what the entity is doing while it's So that is speaking to what is, again, federal prison. And you can have as many minions as you want engage in what is impermissible threat together, because that's what this is. This is how pathetic they are. You're not doing anything but stalking, just like it's shown for years with regard to the Ontario police, and what continues to be documented with the entity that's using helicopters and airplanes to engage in stalking. In an ongoing impossible environment that I just got off the bus showing what is impossible light. This is what they're in using the police vehicles. It's pathetic. It is pathetic. All right. The entity is doing that while it's monitoring documentation and it's massive facilitation. The demons that are the people of the state patrolling on Hope Boulevard. Just like I document them for hours in and hours before. That's what they're doing now while Ontario police are group stalking. Alrighty, and I also want to make sure that I'm capturing images. That's why I got quiet right now. I want to make sure that this is nothing other than, first of all, presence and directed light. This is presence by the state that's acting directly. This is blue and red directed light. That's all it is. These are demons, the same. And they're engaged in interstate stalking, the same. While they are aware of documentation, I'm documenting OPD. I'm adding on to what's going to be federal prison for them while I'm in Fontana, by the way. And this is the ongoing hostility as I go from that city back to Ontario. They're acting as one. License 146951, by the way. License, hold on, that's vehicle 1893. I want to make sure I read this one correctly. 1546951, in case I did not read that one. So the entity is engaging in what is an ongoing threat together while they are stalking in the path. And that's what they were doing at the Ontario airport in directed light. That's what they're doing right now at the B&G Plaza in directed light. By the way, so I'm just speaking to what is a constant environment that's not changing, one that is not natural. It is demonic, and these are demons that are of the Ontario Police Department, okay? So I just want to make sure I punctuate that. It is currently 10:32 p.m. This is vehicle, by the way, 1893. Who you see, he's a demon that's stalking with light. He turns on his top lights in order to touch with more light as I begin movement. That's demonic. And it's also that sexual violence. It is 10:33 p.m. and this is the license plate with 1546951. Monitoring with this third party 8XMM358. And it is 10:33 p.m.
old's your driver? 20. Oh, I thought you said 17.
No.
Oh, okay.
This is criminal summoning by Andy's Burgers. The very heavily documented Andy's Burgers within B&G Plaza. Alrighty, you're looking at what is light activity that this demon with license plate 1546951 is creating, vehicle 1893. That's why they were 9 to 10 cars deep. And this is monitoring audible activity and engineered light by Andy's Burgers, who are monitoring with the demon-possessed agency that is Ontario Police. Let me be clear, the third party, this is the pattern of conduct, and the third parties that are here submitting to a search, they can get a ticket, they can go to jail for the night, they can do whatever they want. This is P.O.C. And I'm going to prosecute those third parties. I documented that license plate, that the vehicle, the third party that the Ontario Police are monitoring with, and every vehicle that's here inside of the plaza. Okay, this is the pattern of conduct that is underway. It does not change. This is another iteration of the same exact conduct, and it is by the very highly documented, lacking any legitimacy whatsoever, the Ontario Police Department. Why are you flashing my face with a light? What's your name, minion? What's your name?
My name is Darwin.
Your name is Darwin? That's your last name? Last name? You're a sex offender. Darwin's molesting with light while he's already stalking in the path. So why do you need to flash my person with light to ask me if I'm okay? What? So you need to flash me with light to ask that, minion? You're being a minion. That's what you are. Why don't you try not touching? You're a sex offender. I'm prosecuting you. I don't care what your name. You're a minion. You're a minion. That's why you're over here, because it's all about being a minion. That's why you're touching for no reason. Darwin, what's your badge number, minion? Huh?
80251.
80251? Okay, I'm gonna get you for violating my person. You don't have a right to touch me, Darwin. I'm glad you find that funny. I think you'll find it funny when you're in federal court, because it's not a game. It's currently 10:37 p.m. That's Darwin, the African American who's been loitering, and he goes out of his way to molest with light. That's a demon, and he touches my person while he is monitoring. That's a sex offense. While he's engaging in stalking me and asking me, which is audible activity, understand that. While the whole purpose of what they are doing is about monitoring and trying to pose a threat, and I stood there and I documented all of that. This is a criminal summoning by Andy's Burgers. The people of the state are going to be prosecuted for that as well. And then the people of the state are pacing on Hope Boulevard, monitoring, and at Center Ice Arena, monitoring, driving on it's the same exact P.O.C. The entity is still stalking by aircraft. All right, they're monitoring together, and you have what is 10 cars deep, 9 to 10 cars deep in the parking lot to engage in nothing other than standing around. That's all they were doing. That's exactly what I took pictures of. And as I remain, the entity is engaging in what is then touching me via this ugly, tall doofus looking minion named Darwin, who touches me with light, talking about is there anything, or who am I talking to? Oh, no, he didn't ask me who am I talking to. That was the first time. He said, am I okay? But what he's doing with his conduct is a violation of my person, and assaulting with light, because that's what that is. It's extraordinarily light. This is a demon that's manifesting light, and he's violating my person with light while he's seemingly, what you hear, like as though he's being friendly, and he's not. That's a sex offense that he just engaged in, and I'm going to prosecute him for that. He's doing it in concert with the people while he is stalking me. He knows exactly what I'm documenting. You're dealing with the demonic. And that's going to be, first of all, what is the grounds of that sex offense? This is an agency that engaged in repeated kidnapping. And you hear the train that sounds as I begin walking? That's the P.O.C. The same Union Pacific that is present stalking while the entity is, and that is Union Pacific that is stalking with audible activity. That's what it's used for. While the entity was repeatedly stalked by helicopter, Union Pacific is engaged in P.O.C. right now, monitoring with the Ontario Police, who are monitoring to that audible activity as well. That is the company to be prosecuted for what is terrorism, a terrorizing threat in concert with law enforcement. All right, and that's amplification of audible activity. On the grounds of 150 East Hope Boulevard, stalking. It's 10:39 p.m. That building's not open. The county building's not open. The group's stalking in the parking lot. And by the way, they've been maintaining presence, monitoring with the facilitating light of those demons of the Ontario Police Department. That's massive facilitation. All right, now that's really what the law enforcement is doing at all times, doing it though through what is the faces that you see around you. All right, the people of the state. This is the iteration, the same exact pattern of conduct underway, while the police are just engaging in what is direct conduct. All right, and all night long they were engaging in stalking with audible activity, sounding their sirens, and while they are listening to me sleep. All right, that's how pathetic Darwin is, that sex offender, and he's a minion, and I'm gonna prosecute him for that. All right, this minion over here who's monitoring with the company Union Pacific, sitting in the parking lot of the county building that is long closed. It's 10:40 p.m. Aiming light toward the museum, monitoring with the Ontario Police, okay? This is commercial, residential. Inside Out Cleaning Company, license 8KBU461. Alrighty, monitoring to the facilitation activity, the facilitating activity creation of Union Pacific. This is a sex offender. As the Ontario police molest me with light, understand this is how you're gonna prosecute. It's group conduct, all right? The people of the state are engaged in that sex offense while they're monitoring together. 8LHU427. Remaining around, this is a white woman driving this vehicle, Inside Out Cleaning Company, again, 8KBU461. She looks about 65 years old. All right, and she's got a passenger in her vehicle, looks like an overweight Latino male, but I can't really recall the ethnicity, but there's a passenger in that vehicle and they're group stalking inside. I took a picture of it. They're group stalking in the parking lot of the county building. It is, again, 10:41 p.m. They are group stalking. They are in relevant position while I'm remaining at B&G Plaza. All right, they're in relevant position while they're monitoring with the ongoing creation of the train. That's activity creation while I'm in motion. They're surrounding me with an ongoing environment, in other words. Okay, and that was a molestation and harassment by Officer Darwin. I want to stress that. He's touching me while he is friendly. This is a demon who is hostile. Keeps his tone of voice very calm while he asks, is there anything, do you need anything? 6RLM646, stalking, crossing path. While he's keeping his voice calm, sounding friendly, that's what you hear. This is actually a hostile demon, and that's why he molested me with directed light. All right, and that's why I immediately responded to him. Why do you even need to do that to me if you're talking about, your conversation is, do I need anything? Why the hell are you touching me with light? Because he's a minion, that's why. All right, and that's why I call him exactly what he is. And I will prosecute for that. That's a sex offense. You're a stalker, you're a police officer who is a demon-possessed one, and you're stalking right now. And you are engaging in what is a show of hostility while engaging in what is that sex offense. You want to touch, just like Satan does. Satan wants to touch and molest with directed light. It is also how they engage in what is harassment. All right, and they have, in other words, that is nothing other than the P.O.C, and that was criminal summoning by Andy Burgess. That's what that's going down as. And I documented the minions whose car they're searching. I documented every last license plate of those minions of the police department, 11 cars deep to search a car. Okay, that's fine. Every single last one of them are posing an impermissible threat together. And while the entity engages in continuously showing what is going to be federal prison. All right, that's an unlawful threat. It's not passive aggressive. It's not separate. There is no exception. And you are talking about what is not allowed. You want to stalk via and be a police officer. You want to engage in stalking. That's a violation of federal law right now. Okay, that's not. It's not even with regard to what I intend to enforce and enforce against this entity. That's in violation of existing law right now. Engaging in what is, in the position of law enforcement, engaging in what is interstate stalking is a crime by law enforcement. That is a crime, a very serious one. You are not going to get away with doing that in that position. You will go to federal prison. So this is documentation of more of the same. This is the conduct. This is the personality of Satan, though. This is necessary to learn. That's exactly what. But like I said, it's not surprising to the other end because it's a very big crime. It's a huge crime. All right, it's a humongous crime. So you're talking about what is going to be very humongous legislation with regard to dealing with that. All right, and deal with it you shall. Deal with it you shall. You want to engage in threatening by the thousands of Ontario police officers, or not necessarily Ontario, they're these idiots. I mean, engaging in what is waging an impermissible threat while you want to challenge what you're monitoring. Because that's exactly what Satan is doing. You're challenging it, so you're continuously stalking by police. They will go straight to federal prison, and that's going to be very. That's like default strict liability almost when you're talking about establishing the prima facie, and that's because you're talking about what is rampant corruption. Okay, you're talking about what is an exceedingly violent and terrorizing crime by a government, surveillance, and doing it with the people, including those who are of this demented condition that includes law enforcement. All manner of a threat to your life. These freak weirdos, all of these strange men at the Fontana Metrolink train station, all of them are stalking together, okay? And then not only that, I'm just breaking down what these demons in front of me are doing. Guess what? Police, ambulance, fire, all of them, the people of the state are stalking on dark corners, ready to cross path at the drop of a dime or create activity just like Mariposa did before my face. But you're talking about what is an entity that's engaged in that level of hovering, stalking activity. The entity went out of its way right now to cross path and be present, 11 cars deep, posing an ongoing threat, and aware of everything that's being documented, and everything that has been created to address what is this satanic targeting system, and everything that's been revealed with regard to what are demons, because that's what they are. It's demonic activity, and it's going to be what is a prosecution, the criminalization of what is demonic and serving a criminal purpose, an unprecedented crime by the government. Okay? Yes, it is speaking to and revealing what is very, very far-reaching corruption, and there are many. Very, very many minions. Okay, this is why I want to make sure that I'm. And let me rephrase that. Excuse me, grammatically correct. There are a vast amount of minions that are engaging in what is this is public corruption, and you're talking about what is a system that is being disrupted. As I'm documenting it, as I am speaking to how you can approach it, it's demonic. But it's not impervious at all. It is very, very doable. And you're talking about what is from the pit of hell. And that's what the Ontario Police Department, the Fontana Police Department, they did that too. That was nothing but P.O.C. It's absolutely pathetic. Everything that you're doing, you're talking about what is a Star Trek light show while I'm inside of the library. You're keeping a fake sun for the duration of an entire day. And you are sitting with a straight face as though you are doing anything other than stalking and monitoring. All right? It's pathetic. This is the pattern of conduct that is underway, and there is no reasonable question about that. You are talking about what is from the pit of hell, a challenge. You're listening to the legislation that I'm advocating. You're listening to the documentation. You're listening to the analysis of the breakdown of your demonic conduct, as it's going to be made into what is policy to approach literally the gates of hell. Okay, so you're talking about what is engaging in what is going to be translated into policy and prosecution, and threatening. You are continuously threatening, and that's what that is. The significance of police who are engaging in nothing other than the pattern of conduct. You can claim what you want. You can claim you were pulling them over for X, Y, and Z. They did this, and then we had to call the police, and then the police showed up. We can't control how many police officers showed up. They said that they needed all backup, and they needed backup because, you know, the captain. You can come up with a whole narrative. Guess what controls? Guess what controls? All right, where it is established that the government is engaging in state surveillance, it is understood, okay, that the pattern of conduct is coexisting with what is on the surface appearing to be an ordinary course of things. All right, there is no narrative, there is no recitation of facts, there is no circumstance and or scenario where you are in any way trumping what controls the prima facie case for what is the pattern of conduct. You are being documented. You do not have any legal excuse. This is how the government system works. You will go to federal prison. You are documented engaging in what is the pattern of conduct. You already know that you're being documented. You're engaged in surveillance. That is not a foregone conclusion. You're talking about what is established as a pattern of conduct. So when you are documenting the entity that is, you are suspecting you are subject to this P.O.C, which you know from the environment. You know that from the environment that you're in. Let me tell you something. If you are in, let's say, the state of Texas, and you are looking at, which I know you are. I know you're looking at what's a light source above you in the sky. It's not the sun. It's not the sun. It's not possible. Because guess what? There's only one sun. And you know what my documentation shows? You can look at it with your own eyes. The single sun, the allegedly exclusive one sun, remains over me where I was, again, today, all day long. It is not over any state line. It is not even in any other county, as it's remaining over the window, over my head, over the side of the roof, whatever side of the building that I'm on. It is the light source that is not possibly the sun that you are looking at if you are in Texas, and I know you are because it's hot as hell in Texas. All right? This is a pattern of conduct where you are documenting the environment that you're in. You are placed under surveillance. You are surrounded by what is a demonic environment. It's not natural. It's not the natural environment. This has nothing to do with some global warming, some climate change. That has nothing to do. Climate change, let me tell you, there is nothing about climate change that in any way addresses what is the absence of any scientific facts talking about more than one sun. Because that's what's necessarily required in order for you to see a light source that's supposed to be the sun over you in the sky anywhere in Texas. And I'm just using Texas as an example because it goes for Los Angeles. So I'm speaking to what is, it's not questionable where this light source is. It's right over me. It is not remaining over, because this is what the conclusion is. This is what you are necessarily stating, and it's impossible. It's not the case. That as I'm documenting the light source that's remaining over me, because that's undeniable. It's remaining over me all day long, wherever I am, as I am remaining, in California in San Bernardino County for the most part, or if I go to LA. But the pattern is it's remaining over me, and that's what's so extraordinary. You are then trying to suggest what is the impossible, and this is why I'm saying it's the P.O.C. This is the pattern of conduct. It is demonic activity. Demonic activity is very real. The Ontario Police Department just demonstrated it again. You are suggesting that which is a scientific impossibility. That the light source that is, you can't refute that it's remaining over me. It's remaining directly over me all day long. And so it's remaining over every other place at the same time, all day long at the same time as well. And that is not possible. That's not the case. And that is not possible. And that's what I'm saying. And that's the suggestion. That's what you're left with to conclude in order to try to reconcile. But that's no reconciliation, because that's not what the sun does. It's not possible. All right. So you're talking about what is supposedly a light source that is, by necessity, it's remaining over me all day, all hours of the day. The entity is keeping a light source over me. And that is documentation that continues. Even when the entity tries to engage in what it does, covering it up so I can't capture it on video. But when that cover removes, and that cover is supposed to be some dark gray sky or clouds, the light source remains right there over my head. That's impossible. All day, you're talking about from sunrise until sunset. Okay? That's not the sun. That's impossible. That is non-movement of that light source. You refer to that as a light source. That's not the sun. Okay? There's only one. And there is no scenario where you are speaking to what is the actual sun. And by the actual sun, again, this is a fallacy, because I'm showing you there's only one sun, and this ain't it that's remaining over me all day. This ain't it. All right? So you're talking about what is breaking down fallacies, breaking down, and we can all meet and agree on what are scientific facts and what is impossible. And a scientific impossibility, we can all agree on that. All right? And how do you reconcile that? The impossibility is a reference to the demonic. Period. That's how you have that impossibility, because it is of hell. This is demonic, and this is the exercise of the environment that surrounds us. That's what Satan is doing. Okay, and Satan is very real. Satan is also present via people who have the spirit of Satan on them. That is what the Ontario Police Department are demonstrating while they are in a specific environment, the demonic environment, while they are engaging in demonic conduct, molesting with light in that demonic environment, touching, all right, with light. That's what demons do. All right. They go out of their way to engage in what is some outward guise under which they can engage in that pattern of conduct. While they are also, those are demons that are hostile, that want to show aggression, and they do it passive aggressively. And how are they doing that? By keeping their backs to the opposite direction and searching somebody else's car while you're in directed light. You're being molested with directed light. They're engaging in all manner of freaky, weird, demonic conduct with their little flashlights. They're demons that are stalking in the path with light. They're manifesting light. Remember what I told you about that demon, a demon that's hiding behind a flashlight. So you're supposed to attribute the light activity that you aren't even paying real close attention to what is a flashlight. And it's not. That's a demon that's manifesting light. That's holding a flashlight in their hand. It's demonic activity. It's right in your face. So anyway, with regard to the environment, the entity is engaging in what is conduct, is engaging in what is conduct that is in a specific environment. And this light source, the actual sun that is defined, that is described for us, that we learn about, that is, surrounded with supposed, scientific facts, guidelines that teach us about, the conduct of the sun, and even where you would be able to see, there's a wealth of documentation. I mean, and also you don't have to be a rocket scientist either. It's not too deep, because you don't, I'm talking about rudimentary principles with regard to the sun. If you're seeing the sun in the morning, it's not remaining over your head to the end of the day. It's not remaining over a building. Even if you want to get more specific, it's not remaining over a building all day long. That's what I documented today. Again, it's impossible. All right. You're showing what is, again, focus. You see this focus based on where I'm at. I showed you last night with regard to what's the rain. You see the focus of where that rain is, where I'm at. All right. And it's impossible while that focus is demonstrated through the environment. Rain, it's not raining underneath the structure of the museum. It's not raining underneath there. In the same way, sunlight is not reaching underneath the structure of the museum or any structure. That's not sunlight. This is common sense. You're seeing, and as you see the environment go out of its way to show that focus, you're looking at what is demonic. It's the demonic. All right. And the people of the state that are in that environment, they are present. Okay. And hopefully while you're ignorant of it, but when you are aware of it, first of all, you're a threat. And second of all, you're talking about what is a rise in aggression. And that's exactly what I've documented about this entity. This is speaking to what is, again, a policy that I advocate, systematic infliction of inhumane suffering, S.I.I.S, for federal policy. And this is exactly what law enforcement are doing. And so back to my major point is that you have what is engaging in an ongoing communication of an unlawful threat. And this is exactly why. First of all, the government shall not engage in what is surveillance of American citizens in violation of your constitutional and human rights. Second of all, the government shall not engage in surveillance of American citizens in violation of your constitutional and human rights in methods that are entirely terrorizing and distinct from the fact that the government is doing it is terrorizing enough. You're talking about what is demonic. Demonic methods employed to place you under surveillance. This is a system that is born of Satan. This is what the government is practicing. This is what the government is practicing with the people. All right. The government shall not be permitted to do that. In addition, while you have no right in the U.S. to place an American citizen under surveillance to terrorize them with your demonic tactics, you moreover have no right to engage in obstructing justice while that American citizen who and has every right under the law to document that criminal system that they suspect they are subject to, which is established by independently corroborating documentation, which is very easy to accumulate. You're talking about what is the unlawful conduct of that entity, because this is the reality of that system. The entity that's placing you under surveillance knows that you're documenting. And you are documenting then what is an entity that's monitoring documentation. So while you are with knowledge being documented, you are intentionally posing a threat. You are a psychopath and a delusional one engaging in what is posing a threat under all circumstances, regardless of what you want to call your conduct and the reasons for what you're doing and why you're there. You are posing that impermissible threat as a delusional psychopath, thinking that you have any legal argument. You do not with regard to what is surveillance by a government, which you are facilitating under all circumstances, regardless of what is your legally irrelevant cause for your facilitation. You do not have any legal argument for what is facilitating the ongoing threat to the life of an American citizen. You certainly do not while you are monitoring documentation, which is exactly what you are doing when you are establishing it through the environment. It's not relying on the lies coming out of the mouth of Satan. It's not relying on that. This is why you are looking at what is directed light while the demons of the Fontana Police Department, while the demons of the Ontario Police Department, the demons of Andy's Burgers are engaging in what is criminal summoning. Criminal summoning. You will go to federal prison for that. All right, this is designed to intimidate. It's designed to harass you. It's designed to deter you from documenting. It's designed to conjure up, first of all, past harms. Like, again, the Ontario Police Department, they're thieves. They're kidnappers. They're violent sex offenders. They are outright criminals. Okay? And they are engaging in what is the pattern of conduct right now. That is also intentional. All right. Satan likes to engage in conduct using those who have violated you in the past. That's what Ryder is engaging in. Understand that. Using a commercial brand to do that. That's what Amazon Prime is engaging in. It's called symbolic threatening. You're dealing with the demonic. You're breaking down their conduct. And that's also how you're going to analyze that as you're being prosecuted. It is reasonably construed. You're acting on behalf of the state. You're maliciously acting while you're engaged in what is commercial stalking. You are one who has been, first of all, you're monitoring, and so you're monitoring documentation at this point. You are one who is engaged in what is violating, you've been documented and you have violated in one way or another the target individual, aware of that documentation, aware of what's been accumulated about you, and you intentionally engage in what is waging an ongoing impermissible threat. That's what it's referred to, while you continuously engage in the pattern of conduct in concert with the people, in concert with law enforcement, facilitation of all of the above. That's an impermissible threat. And you intentionally do so, being one who has engaged in what is the violation of that target individual. Ontario police that have engaged in theft of property, engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping, engaged in what is criminal defamation, all right, and are engaging in what is the impermissible threat with Andy's Burgers right now, all right, doing so through some sort of a search of a third party's vehicle. You're a third party at a facilitating venue in directed light. You think it matters what's coming out of your mouth? You go ahead, you say whatever you want. You'll get your day in court. The P.O.C. is already established, though. You don't have a legal argument. That's why Darwin, he's going to federal prison, and he's a violent sex offender. That's exactly what he demonstrated. All right? A psychopath who was stalking me and looking the other direction like he's focused on what this third party is doing and what's going on in their car. They're monitoring together. And they're demons doing that. Okay? And the fake sun's remaining over me in Fontana and not over the B&G Plaza, setting in alignment to me while I'm inside of the SI.I.S liquor at 4:50 p.m., which would be 5:50 p.m. during daylight savings time. 5:50 p.m., by the way, where the entity's keeping the fake sun, setting it inside of the Fontana Lewis Library while I'm in there. But while I'm outside or walking down Sierra Avenue or on the bus already, that's where the fake sun is at. Not over the B&G Plaza, in alignment with me inside of the SI.I.S liquor, which, by the way, is just one example. It's speaking to what is documented on one day. The entity is engaged in and is already surrounded with the pattern of conduct that's established. Evidence substantiating it, okay, which is insurmountable, okay? This is referred to as what is the grounds of federal prison. You want to engage in having 35 police officers documented? They've well exceeded that, okay? They've well exceeded that. The entity has been monitoring and stalking for years. So you're talking about what is now monitoring and stalking one who was documenting, and I'm going to prosecute you, and I'm going to create, I'm advocating what is the creation of additional federal law to address this for any other American citizen to enforce their rights. And in a way that is palatable. Any person. You don't have to have a law degree. You don't have to be no rocket science. You don't have to, no. I'm the one that's going through establishing the precedent. I'm the one that's showing you what is demonic activity, what it looks like, how it conducts itself, what is irrelevant, what you're paying attention to, and what you're not going to be distracted by, all right? And also what's legally relevant and what is absolutely tangential to the point. Don't be distracted, okay? You're talking about what is the identity of that, what that looks like, and how you're establishing it, okay? Through evidence, through documentation. It's just a matter of knowing what it is, what are you documenting it, and what are you documenting, and why are you documenting it, all right? And this is the criminalization of what is demonic activity at the end of the day. That was demonic conduct that the Ontario Police Department engaged in. That's the prosecution of that agency engaging in terrorism. This is speaking to what is, first of all, the advocacy of disbanding such defective and infected agencies such as the Ontario Police Department. They are a threat to the public, okay? They are literally a wound, all right? They need to cease to exist. You disband such an agency like that. They are doing harm. They are not doing good to the public. They are not only engaging in facilitation of criminal conduct, that's all that was. They're engaged in, they're holding hands, engaging in what is demented and criminal conduct with the people of the state. Okay, and they're delusional with regard to what you're doing it in plain sight. Honey, you might as well hold that flashlight on your face because what you're doing is not in the dark anymore. All right? It's already been highlighted, everything that they are doing. The elements of monitoring are at play. They're in the specific environment. Okay? So you're talking about what is, you're delusional, and I'm documenting you because you are going to go to federal prison. This is what the entity engages in. The ordinary target individual shall not be subject to what is that unlawful threat to your liberty, all right, to your basic ordinary sensibilities, to be free from harassment by demon-possessed law enforcement agencies who want to obstruct justice. And that's exactly what they're doing while they are stalking in the path in that specific environment to monitor you and do it in front of your face while they know that you're documenting it. All right, that's an intent to harass and terrorize and intimidate. All right, and you don't have to say a word, but even when you do say a word, like Darwin did, he goes even further and touches me. Okay, a demon touching while you are stalking. You're stalking. That's literally what you are. Entirely pathetic. You are stalking, and then you want to touch me, Satan. All right, so you're talking about what is understanding that pattern of conduct and the way that you are going to create uniform policy, and this is exactly why you're going to do it, because you have very, very large amount of what is lawlessness in the state of California. It is that which is an unprecedented level. It's an unprecedented crime, and it's an unprecedented level and volume of what is corruption in the state, and it's at all levels. And this is what ordinarily, again, ignorant of the pattern of conduct, is something that what you're going to do. It's insufficient to take it to some administrative hearing while the county is engaged in some some method of harassment or discrimination against you, you're subject to P.O.C. They're engaged in surveillance. It's beyond some administrative hearing. It's not within their jurisdiction. They're engaged in surveillance. They're doing it on behalf of the government. It's a whole other level. This is a bigger picture. All right. It's not within what is taking it to file a police report. The law enforcement are engaged in surveillance. You're subject to what is conduct on behalf of an entity while you are subject to surveillance. You're not filing a police report with that entity. It's larger than that, and you are not going to get justice from the entity that's placing you under surveillance. All right. You're not filing some a civil suit against the state under state law. The state itself is engaged in what is federal stalking in concert with the people of the state. That is something that is surpassing, again, and as the documentation has established, you are not going to get justice, and it is as a matter of justice. It's a matter of federal question anyway. It is the federal courts have jurisdiction for what is the government's criminal conduct of interstate stalking surveillance in violation of the Constitution. But not only that, the pattern of conduct, as I've documented it, literally the pattern the entity engaged in is the denial of legal relief, the violation of your constitutional rights, the unlawful infringement of your freedom of speech, which is denying the ability to obtain redress in a court. That's the pattern. All right. That's federal question jurisdiction right there. All right. This is it's 11:06 p.m. and I just wanted to go through that with regard to coming from Fontana to Ontario. And this is ongoing stalking by law enforcement, which is, again, heavily documented in my document referred to as my record referred to as the 2018 list of police encounters, because this is when I initially started documenting law enforcement engaging in what is stalking. All right. And this is nothing other than the ability to identify a pattern, although it was happening amongst different faces. And of course, because I don't know police, but I recognize a pattern. All of a sudden, police are everywhere that I'm at. Now, they're looking like they're doing something else, but I recognize you are everywhere I'm at. Even as I go park on a back street just to eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, a police officer is always showing up. They're stalking. They're engaged in surveillance. All right. And so that's what this is, coming from Fontana to Ontario. While this entity is monitoring nothing other than my documentation, this is Satan that is very hostile. And you're going to tame that beast. You're going to lock it away, put it in federal prison if you want to continue threatening. Alrighty, it's currently 11:07 p.m. and this is P.O.C.